song, we know the dice, see where they may fall. Come on, why don't we spin the wheel, see who it may call. Give in to temptation. Maybe lose it though, yeah. Who knows where the winds of fate may lead?
Alrighty, this is DAR coming in with his top 5 video games of all time. Number 1 from me, without a doubt, hands down, every time, would be Grand Theft Auto 3. I just really remember this game and just what a game changer it was. It was the first time I'd ever seen a video game like this, where it was sort of first person player, but not only that you could just roam around this huge expansive world and do whatever you wanted. You didn't just have to follow a linear process in a game from one point to the next, making your way through levels. You of course could do that, but you also, when you did it, had your own options that you could choose, and you could pick one thing over another, but also you could just explore and roam around and explore and interact with different parts of the city, and do your own little fun activities. And I spent many hundreds of hours playing this game, both by myself and with my brother and with my friends. And it really revolutionized video games and set up this, incredible franchise of video games, the Grand Theft Autos, which were also featured heavily in my top 10, because there was also Grand Theft Auto San Andreas and Grand Theft Auto Vice City. But for the purpose of this top 5, I'm just going to condense them all into one, which is Grand Theft Auto 3, because those other ones really wouldn't exist if it weren't for this first game. The next one is a favorite among many, which is the GoldenEye video game, and similarly to the first one, just spent so many hours playing this with particularly friends my age. We'd play this growing up and do the multiplayer battles and all the arguments that would ensue about who was the best player and whether certain players were too good that no one was allowed to have them, like Odd Job. I'd played this game 1,000 times before I even saw the movie GoldenEye, and I was so let down that it was not the video game. I had no idea what I was watching. Such was the impression that this game had made on my psyche. This game is so good that my brother bought a Nintendo 64 for his kids who are 8 and 5, and I can't wait to get over there and play some GoldenEye against him. Game number 3 would be FIFA 2010. I'm not a big soccer fan, but I do love soccer video games and have played a lot of them over the years. And for me, FIFA 2010 was probably the breakthrough one, because it's where FIFA really changed the gameplay, and they moved away from the previous gameplay that they'd had in FIFA games and copied or adapted or stole the gameplay from Pro Evo, which was a soccer game that was popular, more so in Europe than Australia, that didn't have such good graphics. It wasn't so glitchy, but the actual fundamentals of the gameplay of soccer was a lot better. And so FIFA 2010 was where they took that gameplay from Pro Evo, but gave it all the incredible graphics that you get with an EA Sports game. Game number 4 would be Mario Kart, again another Nintendo 64 game, and similarly to GoldenEye, just many a summer playing this game, hours and hours of fun, particularly in the multiplayer modes. It's probably the most fun multiplayer game that I've ever played, and similarly looking forward to playing that one with my brother and my nephew and niece. And then to round out the top 5, I'm gonna bust out of the living room and actually go old school to the arcades. And the game will be Daytona USA, which, just spent so many hours playing this game. I've dropped a lot of $2 gold coins, not just in Australia, but also gold coins in other countries, because wherever I went as a kid, even now, if I'm anywhere that I see a Daytona arcade game, I want to play it, to the point where when we were booking a family holiday, we came across a hotel that had an arcade room, and I strongly pushed, unfortunately lost, but strongly pushed for us to book in there just so I could spend our holiday playing playing Daytona USA. I don't think I ever beat the game, so maybe I'm not very good, but maybe I just need another couple of 100 hours more practice and I'll get there. This was DAR rounding out his top 5. Happy gaming, everyone.
Hello, my name is Davis, and today I'm going to be telling you about my favorite video games of all time, sorted into 5 fabulous tiers. And with tier 5 being the worst of the best. So let's begin. Tier 5. First up, I've got Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. Now, Mario Kart is one of my favorite franchises of all time. I think it's one of the ultimate party games, the sort of game that all of your friends would roughly know how to play. But since I played it so much, I was a master at it and beat practically everyone. Now, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe is, I believe, the ultimate incarnation of the series. Not only does it have the best tracks of the franchise, but it's got beautiful graphics. I think it's the first time Mario Kart as a series had gorgeous graphics, but it also runs at 60 frames a second, which is buttery smooth. And I just don't think that there's another video game that you can have so much fun in person with your friends with, and that's why it's in tier 5. Next up in tier 5 is Need for Speed Carbon. Now, Need for Speed Carbon is probably my favorite Need for Speed game, and it's probably here just because of nostalgia. I played it obsessively as a kid, and I played it again quite recently, and I think it's just got the ultimate combination of sort of the cringy pizzazz of Need for Speed storytelling with really fun gameplay, a fun premise, and gorgeous graphics. Lots of people prefer Most Wanted, but personally I prefer how tight and compact the package of Carbon was, because Most Wanted felt a little bit too long. Next up on that in tier 5, we've got SimCity 2013. Now, this is probably a little bit controversial because SimCity is, well, this version anyway, it does have a lot of haters online, and for good reason. It probably had one of the worst launches of any game I can imagine. With some recent examples excluded, obviously, and yes. And next up in tier 5, we have SimCity 2013, and I believe that this is a sort of controversial addition to my list, because let's just say that not a lot of people are fans online of this particular game, and for good reason, because it had a terrible launch. However, after all of the false starts that the game had, I believe that it ultimately became a really fun game, particularly with the multiplayer. You could actually build a city with friends, and that sort of social aspect really added to the simulation genre as we knew it. I love simulation style games. I love, Roller Coaster Tycoon and the older SimCities, but I just think adding the social aspect really elevated it to another level, despite only being able to make moderate sized cities. Okay, next up we've got tier 4, and first up in that is Animal Crossing New Horizons. Now, I've always loved Animal Crossing as a series, but let's just say that, it does get a little bit boring after a while, because you just sort of interact with the same villages day in, day out. And New Horizons sort of combined everything we loved about old Animal Crossing with a little bit of a city builder, because you actually get to design and terraform your island. And while it is a little bit tedious, it's actually incredibly fun and allows you to be really creative. When it came out, I played it obsessively with my friends as well, and we just loved visiting each other's creations, and it was really a fantastic time. Next up, I've got Catherine Full Body. Catherine is such an incredible game. It's a little compact game. I think it's around 10 hours long, but it's a social simulator cross between a puzzler. It's got beautiful graphics, a fantastic soundtrack, and quite a gripping story until the twist at the end, which I didn't love, but until then, a really gripping story. I think it's just an incredibly fun little game that everybody should play. That's very unique as well. There's nothing else quite like it. And the final game in tier 4 is Wipeout HD. I've always loved Wipeout because it's just this incredibly fun futuristic racer with beautiful graphics and a great soundtrack and just really smooth, intuitive gameplay. It's really challenging, but there's nothing quite like the thrill of battle mode in particular in Wipeout. And just the sense of speed is incredible. And I think it's just, it really deserves its place here in Tier 4. Now let's go to Tier 3, and to begin Tier 3, we have MotorStorm, which was a launch game on the PlayStation 3. Not only did it have incredible graphics, really the difference between a PlayStation 2 and PlayStation 3 game, graphically at least, was really cemented by MotorStorm. And while it was a launch game, I believe gameplay-wise, at least, no other sort of arcade off-roading game has come close ever since. I played it recently, and it really still holds up today because the tracks are just so varied and gorgeous, and the handling model is fantastic as well. And just the whole atmosphere of the festival in the game is just, it's quite unique and really good. Next up in Tier 3, we've got Roller Coaster Tycoon 2, which was probably one of the first video games I ever played. Roller Coaster Tycoon 2, wow, where do we begin? I think basically everybody has played it in the past. You just create a theme park in a certain scenario, but it allows you to be incredibly creative in your vision. And the gameplay is simple enough, yet challenging at the same time for almost every age group to enjoy, and it's just a game that holds up incredibly well. Yes, Civilization 5. There's nothing quite like sort of starting your civilization from scratch, and then over the course of 20 hours or however long a marathon game takes, to take this fledgling little civilization and take over the world. I particularly love playing this with my twin brother. We've had so much fun with this game in the past, and the Civilization 5 for me is the ultimate incarnation of the series because of its gorgeous art style, fantastic music, and the gameplay was also simple enough to be just fun casually. Next up is Tier 2, and this is where the gold really is at, beginning with Gran Turismo 4. And Gran Turismo 4 is, again, my favorite incarnation of a very, very famous series. While we could say Gran Turismo 5 and Gran Turismo Sport are arguably perhaps better games, they don't quite have the scale or the grandeur of that Gran Turismo 4 presented. Not only did it have fantastic simulation handling for the day, but it had over 700 cars, well over 50 tracks, and it's just, you could play this game for hundreds of hours and not get bored. And let's not forget the graphics were incredible for the time. Next up in Tier 2 is Test Drive Unlimited, one of my favorite open road races of all time. Actually, it is my favorite open road racer of all time. Test Drive Unlimited was this little almost indie game made by Atari and Eden Games back in 2006. And while it was sort of a budget title, its ambition really was quite unlimited. It has one of the biggest maps of any open road racer, over 1,000 miles of open road, I believe. And so basically you are this rich guy who buys houses in Hawaii and also drives fast cars, and just a sense of adventure is quite unparalleled for the genre, and no open racing game has come close ever since. And then finally in Tier 2 is Ridge Racer 7, one of my favorite arcade racing games of all time. As much as I love simulation games, arcade races are just have that extra level of excitement because the handling model in Ridge Racer is quite unparalleled. You just drift and use your nitrous in ways that no other franchise can touch. And Ridge Racer 7 had a gorgeous graphics for the time, and also ran very smoothly at 60 frames a second, and had a fantastic career mode. What more do you want in an arcade racing game? And finally in Tier 1 we have Persona 4 Golden. Now I love Persona as a franchise, and as much as I love Persona 3 and Persona 5, I think Persona 4 is has the perfect blend of gameplay, of story, and characters that you just grow to adore. While it's over 100 hours long, I think particularly on a portable console like the Vita, it's just a game that literally everybody should play. Also the soundtrack is amazing, and I listen to it all the time. So there we go, those are my favorite video games of all time. Back to Viddy. Hi, I'm Dennis from the Davis and Dennis Show, and I'm going to give you my list of my favorite games, starting from the bottom at tier 5. So games I kind of like, but I wouldn't want to really put near my favorite. A game I put was Akiba's Trip, which is a very weird anime game on the PlayStation Vita. Or at least I played on the PlayStation Vita. Why did I put it here? Because it's a bit weird. It's a bit unusual. So at first you think, oh my god, how? At first you might think, oh my god, it's a bit naughty. But to be honest, it's extremely clever. It's a vampire killing game. And how do you kill vampires? With sunlight. So what's the best way to kill a vampire then? You simply strip off all their clothes and they're exposed to sunlight and bam, they're dead. That's just a fantastic and such a genius mechanic. I love it, and it's one of the best games on the PlayStation Vita. Okay, next I've got... What have I got? Okay, next I've got Danganronpa. The first one, which I also played on the PlayStation Vita. It's one of my favorite consoles. A lot of these games will be from that console. It's a visual novel. Most visual novels that I've played have a very slow start, but this just grabs you in like that. It's just so gripping from the start. The whole game it's just unbelievably exciting. It's basically. The whole premise of it is absolutely genius. So you just force these kids into this school and suddenly they start dropping off one by one, and to get out you have to find who the murderer is, and it's just so gripping, and it's amazing, and all the characters are iconic. Such a good game. Would recommend it to anyone. I've also got Need for Speed Carbon. I just had to put this game in. It's a bit terrible. It's not very good, but it's my Need for Speed that I played as a kid. The graphics, they're not very good. The physics, I played it recently. They're very floaty, but the memories it gives me, the music, the story's crap, but I find it charming. It's just so much fun. It doesn't take itself too seriously. It's just so much fun without much pressure. It's just a good time. I like Need for Speed Carbon. Okay, now tier 4, so I like these a bit more. The first one is Secret of Mana. The only one I've played is the one on PlayStation Vita, and I really liked it. Although reviews were savage, they said that it wasn't a proper remake. It was just like the original game, but only worse. But I haven't played the original, and I thought it was insanely good. It's a traditional RPG with... it was quite easy, to be honest, with some fun mechanics. The music was great. I found the story really fun, and I just had a terrific time playing it. Lego Harry Potter Years 1 to 7. I'm gonna have both in here because I consider them as the same game. And oh my god, it's the game I've bought more times than probably any other. I've got on Mac, I've got it on Vita, I've got on PlayStation 3, PlayStation 4, Switch, everything. It's the best Harry Potter game, I think. It's one of the better Lego games. It's a Lego game, so it's already like... It's a Lego game, so it's well made, but the whole Harry Potter element was done so well. All the characters, the music was properly licensed in like the proper EA Harry Potter games. There isn't any of the terrible voice acting. Instead, you've got you've just got squeaks and moans, which works really well. The Lego versions of the cutscenes are just so much fun to watch. It's just so good. I love Lego Harry Potter. Motorstorm, one of my Motorstorm is one of my favourite games on the PlayStation 3 because it was the first game I've ever played on PlayStation 3. I remember getting that console. It was insane. This was 2007 and I couldn't believe what I was seeing on the screen. The graphics were just so beautiful. The leap of graphics from PlayStation 2 to PlayStation 3 is something that I will never forget. I was just so amazed and just gobsmacked at what the PlayStation 3 was capable of. I played it recently when I'm trying to sort out this list, and I think it's still amazingly beautiful, and the music is incredible. You've got Nirvana, you've got what else have you got?
Kings of Queens of Stone Age, Kings of Leon.
You've got Queens of Stone Age, you've got... What?
Slipknot.
Yes, you've got Slipknot. Oh my god, it was just... And the soundtrack was incredible. You had Nirvana, you had Queens of Stone Age, you had Slipknot. Just such an amazing sense of theatre. I really miss this series and I really want it back. Now my third tier. So these are games I really love. The first one is Test Drive Unlimited. I know Davis really loves this game. My brother, it's probably his favourite game of all time. But once again, what a great premise. This is 2006 this game came out. And you've got a whole island to drive on. The whole island of Oahu with like 1,000 miles of road. At the time, you had like Need for Speed Carbon with like tiny little towns you could drive around. But Test Drive Unlimited gave you a proper island with 1,000 miles. That's insane. And you've also got all the supercars that you could ever want. And I love the relaxed feeling because with Need for Speed, it's a bit stressful. You know, you're being chased around by police. That's a bit stressy. Test Drive Unlimited, on the other hand, it's just really relaxing. All you've got to do is cruise. You know, on the weekends, you can just do a few races, you know, drive around with your friends because it's an online game. Just so much fun. I love it. Next, I've got Rome Total War. So I'm a huge history geek, and I love, my favorite period in history is the Roman Empire, and this is set during the Roman Empire, the Republic to be more accurate. And I always have a fantasy that I read about Julius Caesar, I read about Hannibal, and all the techniques they did, or the battle techniques they did to like win their battles. And I always say to myself, I wish I could do this. I bet I would be really good as a commander of an ancient army. And guess what? I had my chance to do that in Rome Total War. It's so good. Especially with the remaster, you get to have like huge armies of thousands and thousands of legionaries and basically take over the world. Pretend to be Julius Caesar, pretend to be Pompey, pretend to be Hannibal. It's just a dream come true. I love it. Roller Coaster Tycoon 2, which is what?
We've got ND.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh well.
Let's keep it. Should I remove it? Keep it.
Keep it. Roller Coaster Tycoon 2, which is probably one of the first games of it.
What's more?
What?
What's more?
Roller Coaster Tycoon 2, RCT2, which is one of the first games I've ever played as a kid, I think. I think it came in a KFC meal box in a demo disc or something. No, he didn't. Dave was shaking his head. But, what can I say about it?
Creativity. It could play on anything. The music.
This was honestly one of my favourite games because this was honestly one of the first games I ever played, and I remember playing with Davis when I was like 5, and we couldn't work out how to build roller coasters. We only found the tab that could allow you to build like the parks of like benches, flowers and stuff like that, and we were too scared to like click around and find the roller coasters. I found that really funny. But we would spend every weekend together just building roller coasters. It was so much fun. I just love following the little peeps around, stalking them. So much fun. I have so many fond memories of it. And now we are on tier 2, so my favorite games.
The first one is Persona 4, which should actually be my favorite game of all time, but no, I chose another game to be my favorite game of all time. It's a PlayStation Vita game, Persona 4 Golden, and it's a JRPG, and the story, I just want to talk about the story, because a few games, I should say no other game has brought me into their story more. When the game finished, I genuinely felt like I had just lost all my friends, because all my friends were on this PlayStation Vita in this Persona 4 game, which I've spent 100 hours playing and being with them. It's just so beautiful, like the friendships you make, the story, the gameplay is okay, I suppose. It's not important in the grand scheme of things. Persona 4. It's just a game everyone should play, and now it's on PC, so everyone can. Civilization 5, I've got a similar feeling towards this as what I had with Rome Total War. I have this fantasy of conquering the world, and guess what game allowed me to conquer the world fast? It was Civilization 5. I played as France. I pretended to be Napoleon and defeat Davis, who always played as England. I love being Napoleon, and I could also obviously play as Augustus of Rome and take over the world. Tons of fun. We would, me and Davis, we would just have, we would just play the hot seat mode, so we would just play against each other and had tons of fun. We never actually declared war on each other. I think that's our brotherly bond. We would always be allies no matter what. But one day I will nuke him. Ridge Racer 7 is arguably the best racing game ever made. At least the best arcade racing game I've ever made. One of the launch titles for the PlayStation 3. It was just incredibly gorgeous. 2006, and it was 1080p, native 1080p at 60 frames a second. 2006, that's insane. And the driving physics, I love how it makes no attempt of being realistic. Let Gran Turismo be the realistic racer. We are Ridge Racer, we are arcade racer, so just go wild. And it was just the handling is just so insane and so much fun. And you had all these all the cars were not licensed, so they were all like Ridge Racer cars, and they invented their own Ridge Racer world where all the cars were like in competition with each other. It's got one of the best career modes ever. I hear it's still online despite being 20 years old almost. Not 20, 15 years old. So good, I could replay that game time after time.
How's it 15 years old?
I know, it's 15 years old. And my favourite game of all time is Gran Turismo 4. By the time Gran Turismo 4 came out, Polyphony knew that they were the shit. They knew that they were the best developer of racing games in the world, and they showed it. Let me redo that. My favourite game of all time is Gran Turismo 4. By the time Gran Turismo 4 came out, oh my god, Polyphony, who creates the game, knew they were the best racing game developer in the world, and it showed. They were so confident. Like, just watch the intro movie. You've got this gorgeous orchestral rendition of their theme song, Moon Over Castle, and then and the intro movie is just so stunning, and you can feel there's so much history behind it. And then you've got the rock song that plays afterwards. One of the options in the US market was Van Halen, and that's one of my favourite songs of all time. This game came out in 2004, and it was just so much better than anyone else. I mean, it had 700 cars, 50 tracks. The physics, I played it quite recently with a steering wheel, and it still feels almost up to date. And this is a 17-year-old game, and it still feels really good. And the career mode, which lasts for like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours, is still so much fun, and it is the best career mode in any racing game to this date. The graphics still hold up despite being a PlayStation 2 game. It's just one of the probably the best game ever made, and I don't think anyone can top it. Okay, I think I'm done.
Okay, so with this game, I only played it with Half-Life Alyx. I only played it for 3 hours, and I feel like I could talk about it for 3 hours because the experience was so rich and so immersive. But I don't want to go on about it for too long. So all I'm going to say is play it, and you will see why it is simply the best game ever made. So Baldur's Gate is very close to being my favorite game because it is, for me, it's like that favorite movie that you just watch over and over again. So for me, I tend to play Baldur's Gate once every couple of years, just do a playthrough. And I think it's because it's just so charming. It really captures the spirit of adventure, and you know, you're there on this kind of quest, and it's just the graphics are really nice and cute, and the music and the sound is really like atmospheric, and I just love being in the game. And it also, I really like exploring, like going to the edges of the map, and you know, you'll come across just a random character like a genie who has some kind, who you've pissed off somehow, and you know, you have to fight him or outwit him, and there's always so many different ways to get through somewhere or to get to the next point. There's so many different ways to go about it. You know, you can fight or you can use problem solving, but on the whole, I like it because it's just such a charming game. Yeah, Civilization 4. This game is so good because there's something really addictive about it. And I think what's addictive is that it's turn-based. So in a single turn, you make all these decisions, you know, you build something or you attack something, and in the next turn, you get to see the consequences of what you've done. And that's really addictive. You're always pressing that end turn just to see what's going to happen. And it's just really cool how you interact with the other civilizations in the world. Really sophisticated AI. So like say you're ancient Greece and you're fighting ancient Rome or ancient Persia or whatever. There's a whole bunch of them. And they all react to you in different ways. And yeah, so it's just a super fun game. Yeah, so Skyrim is just a beautiful game. When you're in the world, it's just, there's mountains, and it's so epic, and the music is so nice, and it's just a really big open world. So there's just so much to explore, and it's really cool how you can level up and customize your hero, your character. And the story is really cool as well, like all the characters that you interact with. It's just, yeah, a super beautiful and fun game. So Halo is a first-person shooter. Now, let me start that again. So before playing Halo, I played other first-person shooters like Quake and Unreal. But I think Halo was one of the first games to really have a kind of cinematic feel to it. With its combination of cutscenes and in-game storylines, it really felt like you were playing through an action movie, a sci-fi action movie. And so that was really cool. And I think the other really cool thing was the vehicles that you could use and the kind of freedom of motion that you had in the game. Just like hopping into like a alien type spaceship and then hopping out of it and getting into a kind of military tank, and or hopping on the back of it and shooting the gun while someone else drives. Just having that kind of freedom of movement made it feel kind of kind of realistic. And yeah, me and my friends battled each other all night in those LAN parties where we would connect our Xboxes and TVs, and that's a super fun memory for me as well. Diablo. So this is another game where it's all about that creepy, spooky, evil kind of atmosphere that the game is so good at generating. You know, when you're walking into a dark dungeon and there's just bodies torn apart everywhere, and then this massive fat demon with a butcher's apron comes out and says, fresh meat. And you know that you're in for a fight. But beyond the spooky atmosphere, I think the whole idea of finding powerful items and managing your inventory and leveling up your character to do stronger kind of skills and magic spells, all of those things just make it a great game. Street Fighter 2. I'll tell you a story. When I was a kid, I had really bad asthma, and I had been waiting for my dad to take me to the video shop so that I could rent a copy of Street Fighter 2. And I was so excited when we finally got it, and I put it in my Super Nintendo, and I was so happy to be playing my favorite arcade game in my own home. The problem is that I also started to have an asthma attack, and I tried to keep the fact that I was having an asthma attack hidden from my dad so I could keep playing the game, because I didn't want him, you know, to have to stop and take me to the doctor. I just wanted to keep playing the game. But finally it got to the point where I could hardly breathe, and he came into the room and said, "Nick, what's going on?" And he said, "You're having an asthma attack." And then he took me to the hospital. But that's how keen I was to play Street Fighter 2 that even an asthma attack couldn't stop me from playing it. Super Mario World. Oh. I think... Yeah, where do I start? Okay, this was a game... No. Yeah, I'll start again. So Super Mario World, man, it was so cool. I mean, before that you had all the Nintendo Super Marios, you had just the normal Super Mario, which was that amazing classic platform game, and then you had Super Mario 2, which was a bit of a wacky one, and then Super Mario 3, where you could fly around and you got like a leaf, and then you became like this little flying raccoon thing. And I think that whole idea of transforming from something small to something big, or being able to shoot fire, that was such a cool element of the game. And then in Super Mario World, all of a sudden you can ride a dinosaur, and that dinosaur is Yoshi, who can swallow enemies, and that was so cool just to be able to hop on Yoshi and ride around. But you know, again, I think it's just a case of like really good art, and a game that actually requires a lot of dexterity and a lot of kind of physical ability. Physical in the sense that, it takes agility. Your Mario has to be agile. You have to know how to jump and when to jump and how to attack and how to get out of sticky situations. And that's what makes it a cool game. Into the Breach. This was my lockdown game. It came up as a free game through a deal. So it's one of these indie games that has just been made by a bunch of small-time game designers. So not like a big gaming company, just a few guys in their garage probably. And they design Into the Breach. It's a really cool game. It's like a really elaborate game of chess, but the idea is that you're a big robot that is controlled by human pilots, and you're trying to defend a city from an alien attack. So I guess it's kind of similar in theme to Neon Genesis, or even Godzilla, or like Pacific Rim, those kinds of games where there's like a big mech. But the game is just super cool because there's so much strategy. It's really simple, so it's really easy to start playing, but it gets more and more complex and gives you really interesting challenges to meet. So that's what keeps the game really interesting. And I played it for hours, really liked it. So Might and Magic 6, I've put this on there because, look, it's basically Skyrim, but about 15 years before Skyrim was released. So just a kind of little known PC game. But basically you start out as like a warrior in a little town, and you start to get more quests, and then those quests take you to all sorts of different locations, and the enemies get harder and you get stronger and more powerful, and it's basically a classic RPG, but a really good old classic RPG, and that's why I've included it on that list. Yeah, so Planescape Torment is an RPG, but definitely not a classic one. It's very unique, and what makes it unique is it's got this kind of gritty storyline with characters who have shady pasts and have deep regrets and have done things that they're not proud of. And as the story unfolds, you get a sense of this through your characters. It's a very beautiful game. Some really creative artistic work has gone into it. But it's also very odd. It's like as if as if David Lynch had made it. It's quirky. For example, one of your characters is just a floating skull who doesn't have a body and is basically dead, but kind of like a ghost. And your character is kind of decomposing throughout the game. It's like a dead guy. Anyway, there's all sorts of weird stuff in there, but it's a very cool game. Warcraft 2. Well, very fond memories of being, 11 years old and playing this game with my cousin Peter and my cousin Andreas, and, playing it after school. And yeah, it's just now, looking back, it's a very simple strategy game compared to what's out there now, but it was just such a really balanced game. You start off with a little peon, and that peon goes and mines you metal or gold, and you use that gold to build a barracks and other infrastructure. It's all medieval, and you basically have to manage your economy and manage your military infrastructure and create armies and then go and battle your enemy. And there's nothing quite like that feeling like, yes, I've crushed my enemy with my superior strategy and superior thinking and skills. And also, if you click on the characters, you can get funny things happening like fart noises, which is also important for the novelty factor. Heroes of Might and Magic. Yes, this is kind of like a blend between Warcraft and another classic RPG, because you have an army that you kind of take with you and you send armies and battle other kingdoms, but also you have heroes that you send on quests and that level up and increase their skills and powers. So it's really a really nice blend of two genres, RPG and real-time strategy. Well, I shouldn't say real-time strategy because it's turn-based strategy. So a blend of turn-based strategy and RPG. And it's just a really nice blending of those two genres. Though I want to finish off with saying, I think that it's interesting with the list. All of the games are, there's a real blend, there's a real mix of genres in my list. I think that every genre has great stuff in it, whether it's RPG, simulation, first-person shooter. They've all got their standouts, but I just want to point to the fact that I have put a virtual reality game at the top. I think that virtual reality is not really a thing at the moment, not mainstream at all, because the equipment required to run it is so prohibitively expensive and complicated. But once it becomes easier, I really feel like it's the future. And I only felt that when I was playing Half-Life, so not other virtual reality games. Other virtual reality games are not that impressive, but Half-Life, I think it's a mark of things to come. So watch that space.
Hi, I'm Exzactly, and I'm here to talk about my favorite games. Number 21, Mega Man 2. One of the best sequels ever in gaming history. Builds greatly on the foundation Mega Man 1 left off on. The boss weaknesses make sense most of the time, which did not stay with the franchise. Unlike Mega Man 1, levels are tough but completely fair. The music is constantly hitting you with something new and always good. One of the best NES games and one of Capcom's best games, honestly. Number 20, Marvel's Spider-Man. I'm not typically a big fan of open world AAA games. This is one of the few big studio games that you can tell has used every penny that it was given, and it all went into hard work. Most open world games are drive here, walk there, uninspired dialogue, repetitive combat, and this is kind of like that. But the one thing that separates Spider-Man from everyone else is that he moves based on grappling hooks. Every game is better with a grappling hook. Maybe if Mega Man 2 had a grappling hook, it wouldn't be at the bottom of this list. The story, well, I wouldn't say is great, it was good. The highlight was taking a selfie at Aunt May's grave. But the moment-to-moment gameplay is what makes this game so hard to put down. Even the dumb pigeon side quest everyone complains about, I enjoyed it. It was fun. I liked hitting the R2 button and moving. Leave me alone. I'm a simple man. The combat is exciting, despite reskinning enemies constantly, and it never really bothered me. It was fun to breeze through them, and yes, this game does make you feel like you are Spider-Man. Number 19, The Ace Attorney. Maybe it's due to recency bias, but I've fallen in love with the series. I'm not huge on visual novels, but if these games don't have a charm you don't see that often, I don't know what to tell you. I normally don't like chiptune music, but this and Mega Man are the spice. The only reason why this isn't higher is that sometimes episodes can drag on for too long. Mia showing up constantly is annoying, as she basically just tells you how to win, which I already know, and isn't nearly as fun as figuring out by yourself. Probably why the DL6 incident is my favorite episode. I'm having a blast with the HD collection on Switch, and hey, it comes with a bonus 2 other games. Number 18, Paper Mario The Thousand Year Door. I love turn-based RPGs, just a fun genre to relax to. Paper Mario The Thousand Year Door is more than that though. Every level changes the gameplay slightly. At first you start as a classic RPG fighting a dragon, after that you do a Pikmin level, then you fight in a wrestling ring against Hulk Hogan. You get your identity stolen because you gave your social security number over the phone. It's all great. The hub world, where I know a lot of people prefer Toad Town, I don't know, but I personally prefer Rogueport. Sadly, this game is really hard to afford with the GameCube nostalgia going on, but if you have the money, seriously go for it. I promise you won't regret it. Or you could just emulate it. That also works. Just play the game. Number 17, Mario Kart Wii. Mario Kart Wii, I am so nostalgic for this game, and for my money, it's the best Mario Kart game. It's such a shame they took down the online for this game, as I'm just learning all the speedrunning tricks. It has the best roster, not counting the mobile game because it's garbage. It has the best kart tracks in the game. It has the best music in the series, and yes, it even has the best power-ups. Even the Thundercloud I will defend. Way better than all the new power-ups in 8. I know people complain, oh, it's not balanced, then fun part is that it's not balanced. Well, it's an imperfect balance of skill and bullshit. That's why you can ask for in a video game. Plus, it has Funky Kong. Come on, you can't say no to that smile. Number 16, Minecraft. Minecraft might be one of the most important games of all time. Say what you will about all the Minecraft streamers and how they're cringe and their kids are annoying. Kids are always annoying. That's not new. Even though you were also cringy, it's a testament that Minecraft is still as popular as it is. Minecraft is kind of like Lego to me. It's made for kids, but adults can enjoy it. Everyone that's played Minecraft has their own unforgettable experiences with it. It completely deserves to be the best-selling game of all time. Number 15, Super Mario Odyssey. Few things in this world give me as much joy as an Italian man running like there's no tomorrow. The controls are so smooth. Cappy is such a simple yet game-changing addition that it makes you question why he wasn't in the game sooner. There are 0 low points in this game. Every part is back-to-back perfection. Beating the game isn't even the end. Everything gets expanded the second you beat it. It's like you just started the game. The festival in New Donk City will go down as one of the most memorable moments in modern gaming. The sense of exploration is always satisfying. The music is god tier. My only complaint is that there is no DLC. Luigi's Balan Wonderland was fun, don't get me wrong, but Delfino Island is on the map. Make some DLC for it, please. It's been 4 years. Stop depriving me of joy, Nintendo. Number 14, Devil May Cry 5. I think we can all agree when I say we need more games where you can ride your robot arm like a skateboard. Devil May Cry 5 is over-the-top action that never fails to deliver. There are no dumb gimmick levels that slow down the pacing. All the characters are fun to play as. If you haven't played the games before, you won't be confused. I played Devil May Cry 1 and half of 2, and the plot made enough sense to me. Of course, all this is irrelevant, as the main reason this is number 14 is the Michael Jackson dance scene. Just look at him go. Number 13, Uncharted 4. The best PS4 exclusive. Naughty Dog has always been the studio for narrative-driven story games. Uncharted 4, despite being 5 years old, is still on par with new releases today. The new mechanics featured here, like Mario Odyssey, are so natural that's a wonder they did not do it sooner. They even added a grappling hook. As sad as it is to see the series end, it's better to end on a high note, and this is one of the highest notes I've ever seen. Number 12, Dead Rising 2. This game is pure cheese and I love it. This isn't technologically impressive or industry breaking. While Chuck Green isn't as great as Frank West, his dialogue is always great. The game starts with you driving a motorcycle with chainsaws on the handlebars for a TV show where you kill zombies inside of a dome, where you then meet an activist that fights for zombie rights. Why does no one talk about this game? Do they hate fun? Great for co-op, and hey, it's on Steam, check it out. Would love it if this game wasn't overlooked as it sadly is. Number 11, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Smash Bros. Ultimate is the game that keeps on giving. Every stage, soundtrack, and fighters filled with passion for Sakurai and the dev team. Honestly, if you can't find a fighter that you like, what's wrong with you? Every genre is represented, and it's a shame that PlayStation couldn't do the same with PlayStation All-Stars. Ultimate is a definitive edition of the Smash franchise, and I don't know how they will top it, but no matter who they pick for the final fighter, I will not be disappointed. But I will be disappointed in the Mii costumes. Come on guys, really? Number 10, Undertale. We all know what Undertale is, and truth be told, there isn't much I can say that hasn't been said before. The humor, the characters, the music is all fantastic. The soundtrack, ooh, the soundtrack. Somehow this man, all on his own, made 101 songs for this game. Of course, we can't let Toby take all the credit. Tammy Chang has never mentioned this game's development, and she did so much for it. Undertale will always be important for proving indie games are something that can rival major studios in terms of sales and quality, and that crowdfunding is a reliable way to get your game made. Might not be a reliable way to make sure a game's quality is secure, but hey, if it wasn't for Undertale, I doubt indie games would receive the recognition they deserve. Can't wait for Toby to release the rest of Deltarune, and apparently he's got a whole team for this one, so it's going to be even better. Number 9, Hotline Miami. Hotline Miami poses the question of if you like violence. The answer is yes. The controls are so smooth, the music is great, there are no low points, just back to back to back action. And one of the hardest but fair indie games ever made, except for that hospital level that just sucks ass. The story is hinted at, but hidden for players that really want to find out the mystery. And it's not an overly complicated thing to find out either, all you gotta do is put on a mask and find it throughout the stages. Not knowing the story isn't a detriment though, you can still enjoy the game the same amount as someone who knows the story. Number 8, Hotline Miami 2. While Hotline Miami I would call a near perfect game, Hotline Miami 2 is definition of a great sequel. More gameplay options, longer and bigger levels, an even greater story, and on Steam, a level designer. Now with these changes, the game is a lot rougher and more difficulty spikes, and some literal bad game design. The board level is the definition of bad design. I hate that. Seriously, this sucks. The story, while I hesitate to say it makes sense, is easy to follow episodically. It's up to you as a player to piece it together though. Now, even though I was kind of talking poorly on Hotline Miami 2, I did put it higher than 1. Personally, I struggle which one of these I choose as my favorite, and I plan on making a video on this specific topic on my channel, talking about both of these games. Number 7, Portal 2. I normally hate puzzle games, but Portal 2 is fantastic. I don't think I've met a single person that doesn't like Portal 2 on some level. This game has the power to either make you feel like the smartest person alive or the dumbest glue-eating idiot. While the gameplay is great, what kept me playing was the characters and humor. Wheatley and Cave Johnson were fantastic additions, and GLaDOS teaming up with you halfway through the game is such a fun new dynamic. My favorite joke is Chapter 9, this is the part where he kills you. The song playing is even named This is the Part Where He Kills You. It's great. This is even mentioning the co-op campaign, which is just as much fun as a single-player campaign. If you haven't played this game, please do. And Valve, please make Portal 3, or even a VR Portal. I'd probably get motion sickness, but it's worth it for you. They could make 50 Portal games and I'm sure I'd be amazed each time. Number 6, Borderlands 2. Similar to how I'm not a fan of puzzle games but love Portal 2, I'm not a huge fan of looter shooters but love Borderlands 2. This gameplay is so smooth. I love the story. Handsome Jack is one of my favorite villains in any fictional media. The humor, while dumb, is still great. Playing with friends is so much fun. It's a game to relax to, but you can enjoy it on a deeper level. Number 5, A Hat in Time. It makes me sad that Mario Odyssey came out when it did, because honestly it feels like it overshadowed A Hat in Time. A Hat in Time is wonderful. It's a type of game that has you smiling the whole time. Whether it's the score by Grant Kirkhope, the silly charm it has, to the characters, playing A Hat in Time just makes you happy. And with the final DLC chapter that is coming out, I'm excited for more. Number 4, Uncharted 2 is one of the best sequels ever made, which seems to be a recurring statement in this list. Uncharted 1, while okay and great for the time, is definitely the worst in the series. Uncharted 2 is better in every way. To the memorable set pieces, seriously, the train segment lives in my head rent-free constantly. The new characters, the gameplay where every fight is different and presents a new way for you to face your enemies. To the most video game villain I've ever seen in a game, and if you buy it in the Nathan Drake collection, you get a bonus 2 other games. Wait, didn't I make that joke already? Number 3, Persona 5. Persona 5 is what got me back into anime, got me back into RPGs. The music is masterful, the characters are great, the best one being Ryuji. If you say otherwise, we can't be friends. It's the law. I'm sorry, I don't make the rules. I'm not one to really praise graphics, but would seriously just look at them. Persona 5 is all flash and all substance. And yeah, I also like the Space Palace. This is the first game ever to have me cry, and they completely ruined the moment after. If you play this game, you know what I'm talking about. I will not spoil it here. Please buy Persona 5. I'm probably not the first person to tell you that, and I'm probably not the last. Number 2, Super Mario Galaxy 2. This game is my childhood. It's almost messed up that it's not number 1. Your hub world is a spaceship, that's your face. It's just perfect. I would spend hours just hopping from planet to planet goofing off. It was never about the destination, but the journey. It's the first game I ever 100%ed, and you could not believe my disappointment when this wasn't on the 3D All-Stars collection for Switch. I mean, I still own the game on Wii, I could just play that. I don't know why I haven't. Number 1, Fire Emblem Three Houses. Fire Emblem Three Houses is my favorite game of all time. I remember buying this and thinking, okay, this will probably be average. Then the first level just hit me, and I couldn't stop. I've never been as addicted to a game before. Despite me predicting the overall story beats, I was still sucked in. Maybe it's because I've always wanted to be a teacher, but seeing my students grow in battle was such a satisfying feeling. And some small moments, like Bernadetta leaving her room for the first time, really got to me. This game could have been double its length, and I still would have never gotten bored. It's the perfect difficulty where it's tough but fair. The soundtrack has so many bangers that it's crazy that this tiny cartridge can contain them all. Believe me, I could go on for so long about how much I love this game. However, I do plan on making a video on it for my channel, so if you're interested in that, please subscribe. Thank you for having this collab. It's been great to be here.
The most negative thing I think I've ever heard anyone say about Sonic Mania is that in some elements it's just a victory lap. It's taking old stages that were done before and bringing them up to modern consoles. But that's unfair. It changes those stages, it remixes them. It's got a lot of original stuff to say. And it doesn't just say it, it says it brilliantly, perfectly. This is a shout out to how strong the formula was and could be again. Whether you're racing against a computer or against friends, I'm struggling to think of a racing game that has just perfectly embodied that sense of fun than Mario Kart 8. There was a time when first-person shooters, if they weren't space-borne horror games, were all set in World War II, and this was just tiring. So, Modern Warfare, the first Call of Duty game that really pulled me in, that really tried to do something different, to lay down stakes and motivations and a storyline that was just gripping and contemporary. Oh, it did so much innovative, original stuff. Not just in the single-player mode, the multiplayer at the time was great as well. Call of Duty have been iterating on this formula ever since. I am not a fan of what has become the current Ubisoft formula for open world adventure games. It's that I want every game experience to feel unique, to feel like it's doing something I couldn't get anywhere else. However, the reason this formula is so successful is because of the solid foundation work from those original games that described it. And yet I can't deny that Assassin's Creed 2, when it came out, was revolutionary. It took the open world idea from the first game and it actually streamlined it into a solid story with a main character you cared about, with a mission structure that was engaging to play in, and perfect location in ancient Italy. A good sequel should take what the first game did and build on it, do things even better with higher stakes, higher impact, better storytelling. And I can't think of a better sequel that took the promise and the ideas of the original game and just went one step further than Mass Effect 2. Kingdom Hearts, the original game, had nostalgia and a pretty unique, interesting concept. But Kingdom Hearts 2 took every player expectation and just turned it on its head. It's so inventive. It's such a joy to control. It's so interesting to look at. that first 2 or 3 hours where you're just scratching your head because it's doing something completely unexpected. It's not the game you thought you were signing up for until it is. And when it is, it's better than you ever expected it to be. Of all the comic book superheroes out there, Spider-Man has the most interesting movement system. He can't actually fly. What he does is swing. And it's like being on a roller coaster. Everyone wants to feel that sensation of that brilliant traversal. And Marvel's Spider-Man on the PlayStation 4 just recaptures it perfectly. Finally, consoles are powerful enough to actually properly replicate this big open city environment, fill it with interesting people and things to look at. It's just a joy to inhabit this world. People moan. People really moaned about waggle gaming during the Wii era. And it was not completely unfair. There were a lot of games that did motion controls wrong. But the concept was there. The concept was solid. No one had an excuse to not see the concept was solid because Wii Sports came bundled with every Wii. The perfect multiplayer experience that people who love, people who didn't love, anyone who could just pick up a controller and swing their arms could get into this. Tennis is just a sublime experience, and it's simpler than it looks. It's just all down to timing. Hours and hours spent playing this game with many, many different groups of friends, all coming up with their own experiences. Do you like retro gaming? Do you like old 2D sprite-based platformers? Have you heard of, touched, or ever played, or emulated, or found some way of interacting with the Super Nintendo Entertainment System? Then you've played Super Mario World. It's simple. And I would guess you've probably enjoyed it. Do I even need to say any more? We've lost that tactile sense of touch in much of video games these days, till disc or online downloads. But I will never forget that sensation of taking the Sonic the Hedgehog 3 cartridge and plugging it into the top of Sonic & Knuckles and doubling the size of this brilliant adventure. Sonic the Hedgehog 3 and Knuckles is the best combination video game ever. This was the perfection of Sonic 2D gaming. It was the grand adventure, the story-driven, the action, the stakes have never been higher. I just adore this, and I really hope in the upcoming Sonic Origins collection that a new generation can experience this seemingly lost classic. Even if it's not going to quite replicate that sense of fulfillment as you plug one thing into another thing. Life lesson. Some obstacles are just too big to be overcome. Some things are going to be impossible. But beyond that, some things are possible. With commitment, with drive, it doesn't matter how big the task is, you can get through it. Shadow of the Colossus strips all of the unnecessary mechanics of gaming. It's just you and a horse and a sword going to a place where there's something you have to do, something big that looks overwhelmingly difficult, and then you find a way to do it, and you feel great when you've finished. I think a common theme of my love for platform-style video games is the joy of movement, and this can be a communal thing if you want it to be, or it can be your own adventure. Journey is an attempt to try and give you the choice there, to just say, look, we're going to go from A to B, it's going to be exciting. You can do it on your own if you like, or you can find a friend. You'll meet people on the way. You won't be able to communicate with them much, they might speak a different language to you, but it's all about that shared experience. No game series has perfected the sense of isolation, the sense of ambience, of really pulling you in to feeling like you're both simultaneously alone and lost in a hostile environment, but also an all-powerful supreme warrior who can do anything, who can overcome any challenge no matter how difficult. That sense of empowerment, but also of loss and helplessness, permeates everything of the Metroid franchise, and the Metroid Prime game, despite being such a departure from the games that came before it, is the perfect replication of that formula in 3D. I loved it. I loved every second of it. Even the backtracking. And normally I hate backtracking, but in these games it works. And so to say, it just about worked best the first time round. But they got close with the sequels. I can't think of any game that has touched me more than Final Fantasy X. that combination of the music, that haunting but melodic, loving Xanacan song, the story, the way it pulls you into the characters and their sacrifices. This is a game about characters sacrificing everything, and that theme plays through every aspect of it. The combat system, scrapping the whole active time idea and going back to turn-based, but it's really intelligently done turn-based combat. It just fits. It's a beautiful, beautiful PlayStation 2 game. And some of the concepts it has I feel a little bit dated now, but this hit me when it came out. It pulled me into role-playing gaming. It pulled me into the Final Fantasy universe. And I've never looked back. I've never regretted that for a moment. Breath of the Wild was the first game I bought and put into my Nintendo Switch, and it sold me on the console. I wouldn't have believed before this that you could say one single video game could sell a console, but this was just it. Taking that Zelda formula and putting it into an open world is exactly what I'd been waiting for years. At the core of any platform video game is just the sense of movement. Movement is the absolute core requirement of all of this form of interactive media in that genre. And Super Mario Galaxy, and Super Mario Galaxy 2 specifically, has the best, most responsive, most beautiful movement in any video game I've ever played. It's just a joy to move around these little planetoids, leaping from challenge level to challenge level. It's got just the right combination of difficulty, but also exciting spectacle. I've got a working theory, which is that everyone's favourite Super Smash Bros. Game is their first Super Smash Bros. Game. I think anyone who comes back to Melee, having already played Smash Bros. On the Wii U or Ultimate on the Switch, I think they'll see why Melee has such a hardcore fan base. I'm not 100% certain that Melee is the best of the Super Smash Bros. Games. But it was my first Smash Bros. Game. It's the one that I played with school friends when we went to each other's house after school. I was introduced to the franchise, and I've fallen in love ever since. Some games impress you because of their slick and their polish, and other games stick with you because of their heart. Undertale, it's an experience that, as rough around the edges as it will get inside your head. If you give yourself over to it, the sense of humour, the love, the emotion, the multiple endings, that final boss and the way it plays with you. It knows it's a video game. It knows you know that it knows it's a video game. And it's going to have fun. The PlayStation 3 came alive for me with Uncharted Drake's Fortune. It was just this perfect, smooth amalgamation of all of these other things that I'd previously seen done before in video games. None of this original. It's not novel. It's all been done before, but it had never been combined together into one package so well. It was just a joy to play as Nathan Drake, and a lot of people prefer the sequel. A sequel is a brilliant game, but this first one, the simplicity, the audacity, the sheer demonstration that, look, we can do this and we can do it confidently. I'm going to remember this game as just putting my hand in the air and going, yeah, I'm on board. There are some moments and times of your life that you're always going to look back on fondly and never going to be able to quite ever recapture or go back to properly. Living in a rented house, strumming along to Guitar Hero with my housemate, sitting on the end of the sofa and just reveling in this music is going to be an experience I'm always going to treasure. I can't describe Xenoblade Chronicles in just a couple of sentences. I can't describe how epic, how big, how magnificent this game is. The trailer for the original game did not do it justice. It just showed a load of people running around a really fantastic world. But the story, the corny British accents, the magnitude of what it tries to do, it's going to be difficult to surpass. Is there any game that you've gone back to time and time and time again, years later, decades later, and yet it still feels just as fresh, just as modern, just as relevant as it ever did before? Tetris is never going to age because it is the definition of puzzle gaming. I think even all these years later, I'm still a sucker for simplicity in game design. But Portal 2 managed to take what was there in the original and just one-up it without ever overstepping that line. This was a really fantastic game to work its way through, and it does have a very competent multiplayer mode, which is a rarity for this genre. I think in the context of history, Resident Evil 4 is a divisive game because it's a turning point between the franchise shifting from all-out horror to all-out action. But for me, this is always going to be the perfect compromise between those two. I don't think any video game has better pacing than Valve's Half-Life 2. The game can really ratchet up the tension, but when it wants to, it knows when to pull back, just give you a moment of peace and quiet, and let you breathe. It's got a really simplistic, natural, easy to pick up and play design. It's just fantastically put together, and I'm never going to get bored of replaying this.
Hi, this is LK, and these are my top games. At number 13 is Zoom Beanies. Always had lots of fun making interesting pizza toppings with Zoom Beanies. And then at number 12, Mario Tennis. My Mario Tennis skills are definitely far superior than my real life tennis skills. Always lots of fun with the Nintendo Wii. Number 11 is Aladdin. My absolutely favourite level was the magic carpet, trying to dodge lava and hitting rocks. Lots of fun. Number 10 is Kirby Dreamland on the Game Boy. A bit of a weird character, but always really liked it. Number 9 is Snake on classic mobile Snake game. Also liked Snake 2, where you could go through walls, but Snake 1 was the original, and it was great even though it was simple. Number 8, Icy Tower. Yippee! Great sound effects and an all-around fun game. Number 7, Koala's Typing Adventure. Taught me how to touch type, was lots of fun and practical. In year 8, my touch typing teacher thought I was really advanced, and I owe it all to Koala's Typing Adventure. Number 6, Sky Roads. Cool graphics, cool game. I think it would still hold up today. Number 5, Heroes of Might and Magic 2. Lots of time playing this on the PC with my cousins, being a sorcerer in the battles and putting spells on people. Number 4 is Mario Kart. Obviously, always chose to be Peach in Mario Kart and dropped lots of banana peels for people to slip on. At number 3, Warcraft 2, another classic game on the PC, playing a lot with my cousins. The little seals crawling around, and I remember you could actually kill the seals, which wasn't very nice, but we probably did it anyway. At number 2 was Pokemon Stadium, and the mini games were my favourite in Pokemon Stadium. I was never very good at the snoring one, but I was pretty good at the fish one. I think I even managed to beat David once or twice, which never happened in any other games. And number 1, of course, Donkey Kong Country. You cannot beat it. Would play it again and again. Donkey Kong Country, I would have to say my favourite level is the minecart one. It was definitely lots of fun, and it took me a lot of turns to actually beat that level, so it's a very fond game for me. They're my top 13 games. Hope you enjoyed, and can't wait for the next top games.
What's going on, guys? This is Mikeinoid, and today I'm going to be talking about my top 25 games of all time. Skylanders was a 6-game franchise that featured toys that would come to life when placed on a portal of power and play through platforming levels that involve you fighting enemies and solving puzzles in order to stop chaos from taking over Skylands. This was one of my favorite game franchises growing up, and my favorite out of the 6 was the 3rd game, Skylander Swap Force. In my opinion, this game had the best level design, visuals, and Skylanders, especially the ones that allow you to swap halves and create bizarre swap abilities. The story is very straightforward, nothing too deep, but enough to motivate younger players to play through the game. And if the story mode wasn't enough, you also have bonus missions, arena challenges, and post-game content. Not only do I recommend Swap Force because I believe it's the best game in the series, but it will be easier to find figures for this game and the previous entries because of the billions of toys Activision sold. Based on the first season of the old TV series, Bakugan Battle Brawlers is a monster battle card game that features the main characters from the show and many different Bakugan. Bakugan come from another world that turns into small spheres on Earth, but revert back to their giant-sized forms during battle. The goal of the game is to fight other brawlers in various tournaments, while stopping those with malicious intent. Winning battles all depend on your throwing phase, the cards you choose, and how you perform in various battle sequences. Honestly, you'll get more enjoyment from this game if you're a fan of the original show, but the game still looks pretty good, especially on the Xbox 360 and the PlayStation 3, and the gameplay is good enough for anyone to give it a try. So Fossil Fighters is pretty much a cult classic because of how overshadowed it is from the Pokemon games on the DS. This game is also a monster fighting game, but features dinosaurs, aka Vivosaurs. You battle with your Vivosaurs and aim to become the best fighter of Vivosaur Island, but what makes this game unique is that you have to dig up fossils to obtain your Vivosaurs. Honestly, this is one of the best games on the DS that utilizes the touchscreen and microphone really well, as you use the stylus to break the fossil and blow away the dust. The story is pretty crazy, it involves ghosts and aliens, so there is definitely a lot of personality. It was hard for me to choose between this game and the second game, Fossil Fighters Champions, but honestly I think I enjoyed this game a little bit more. Plus you have a love interest in this game, it's really funny. Animal Crossing New Horizons couldn't have came at a better time, and boy did I put a good amount of hours in this game. I'll admit this was my first Animal Crossing game, so I can't really compare it to the other games in the series, but I'm confident to say that there was a good amount of content to enjoy. Foraging fruit, rocks, and sticks, digging up fossils, fishing, catching bugs, decorating your island and house, inviting villagers, paying off debt. I absolutely loved what was offered to us day one, and I had fun with the free updates that Animal Crossing New Horizons got over time. I think this is a must-own game for any Switch user. One of Nintendo's newest IPs, Splatoon is a shooting game that's all about covering turf with paint. At least that's the mode I played the most on the Wii U. This is still by far one of my favorite online multiplayer games, despite the system lacking any way to communicate with your teammates directly. The game had a single player mode if you just want to play through a story, and ranked mode if you want to be more competitive. I prefer this game over the second game, mainly because the first game works really well with the Wii U gamepad, since you can use the screen to look at your map and play minigames while you wait. To be quite honest with you, I slept on Astral Chain when it first came out, and I still regret it. It's one of the best action games you can play on the Switch. You can play as a cop who can control legions that you're attached to fight off an alien invasion while still helping citizens. You got some of the best characters introduced in the game, and an interesting story to keep you invested in seeing the game to the fullest. And some very sweet action sequences. This game doesn't get enough attention, especially for being a new Nintendo IP, so if you own a Switch, I recommend you give this a chance. Now, do I consider Batman Arkham Knight to be the best Arkham game of the series? Absolutely not, but I did enjoy this game more than the others. I got this game when it first came out, and it was the first game I got to play a Batman Arkham game without watching a full Let's Play series on YouTube. While I do think this game can use less Batmobile, you still have the fun bone-breaking fights, the dark story, and a bunch of side missions that expand the Arkham universe. This may be a little corny to say, but this game really makes you feel like Batman. Mario and Luigi RPG Bowser's Inside Story on the DS is just too great. The plot is all about Mario and Luigi working together with Bowser in an RPG adventure to stop Falfel from using the Dark Star to basically conquer the world. The turn-based combat is straightforward yet fun since you are given the chance to do extra damage and dodge attacks. I think the best parts of the game is exploring the body of Bowser and defeating the enemies that are within his gut. They remade this game for the 3DS, which is still a good version. However, I think the DS version has more personality to it. Also, you can play the DS version on the 3DS, so I don't think the remake was really necessary. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe is the greatest Mario Kart game ever made. You have the most characters, even some from other Nintendo franchises, fantastic courses, stellar music, making it one of the most competitive couch co-op games I've ever played. I will say that I put more time in Mario Kart 8 on the Wii U, because Deluxe is pretty much a port with a few new characters, updated battle modes, and the ability to hold 2 items at once. But whenever I'm in the mood to throw some blue shells and get a gold trophy, I will always choose Mario Kart 8 Deluxe on the Switch. There's a reason why this game is the best selling Switch game of all time. As corny as this might sound to some people, I think Minecraft is a really fun game. Now, I'm not a master builder or a redstone engineer of any kind. I just like to go out, explore, and build myself a nice little settlement. This game is best played with other people since you're able to divide tasks so you guys can work on gathering materials and crafting a place to share together. This game is still receiving updates, so there's always something new to discover when exploring your worlds, and if you're creative enough, building structures out of the environment around you is always a blast. I just had so much fun with Super Mario Galaxy on the Wii. Not only do you have the best music in a Mario game, but the galaxies that Mario needs to platform in are absolutely beautiful. I'm still surprised I managed to beat this game as a kid because there are some very difficult levels in this game. And honestly, I appreciate the challenge in order to get all the stars. Now, I haven't got a chance to play the game on the Switch yet, but I can honestly say you should play the game on the Wii. You can find the console and the game for pretty cheap, and you don't have to worry about tracking down a copy of Super Mario 3D All-Stars either. Super Mario World was one of the games I played the most on my Super Nintendo when I was a kid. I mean, honestly, I think we all know that this game is a classic. This is some of the finest 2D platforming we've been blessed with, and many 2D platforming games take inspiration from Super Mario World. I don't know if kids nowadays will be able to experience the feeling of finding secret exits just by finding them on your own, but I'm glad I was able to experience that, which is what made the game that much special. Whether you decide to play Super Mario World on your SNES, Game Boy Advance, Virtual Consoles, the SNES Classic, Switch, emulation, this game is a must play. Donkey Kong Country was the other game I played the most on my Super Nintendo. Just like Super Mario World, this game also has some spectacular 2D platforming. As a kid, I would have put Super Mario World higher on my list than Donkey Kong Country, but after revisiting the game now, I really like how difficult this game can get. The game to me never feels unfair. When you go into it without knowing anything, I mean, you're going to die. It takes a good amount of skill and time to keep trying to successfully beat the game and try to get all the Kong letters. And to me, that's what makes this a great game. As you can tell, I love me some Nintendo 2D platforming games, and I just simply love Super Mario Bros. 3. The version I grew up with was the Super Mario All-Stars version with the better graphics and the updated music. I played the NES version before, and I think that version is still playable, and I can even see why people would prefer that version. But I personally prefer the SNES version because I'm just biased. This is the Mario game that introduced the overworld maps and brought a ton of new power-ups like the Tanuki and Frog suits. I put a lot of time in this game, and I still remember the time I beat Bowser as Luigi when I was a kid. Marvel's Spider-Man Miles Morales is a pretty recent game, and I had the privilege to play and beat the game on the PS5. I really liked Marvel's Spider-Man that's focused on a grown-up Peter Parker, but the reason why I liked Miles Morales more was because of the story. Listen, I've seen Peter Parker as Spider-Man a bunch of times already over the years, so seeing someone like Miles Morales with his exaggerated swagger was a breath of fresh air for the Spider-Man character. As amazing as this game is, it may be too short for some people's liking, so I went but at least recommend you wait for a sale for this game. The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild is the only Zelda game I've beaten before, and a good reason for that was the game was the best launch title for the Switch. This game is still one of the best looking Switch games, and you can easily get lost in the gameplay as you explore the open world of Hyrule. There's just so much to do in Breath of the Wild that you can easily put 100 hours into this game and still have many more shrines to go to. This is definitely a must-own Switch game. Fire Emblem Awakening was the first Fire Emblem game I played, and it captivated me all the way to the end. It's been a while since I played Fire Emblem Awakening on the 3DS, so I kind of forgot the exact details of the story, but I know for sure characters like Robin, Chrom, Lucina, Frederick, Darja, they all make the game worth trying. This was also the first time I played a tactical RPG, and I really liked it. You have to remember stuff like the weapons triangle, when a character's weapon is on the verge of breaking, and making sure your Pegasus riders don't go near any enemies with a bow and arrow. Oh, you better pick a god and pray to avoid that scenario. That stuff might sound a bit too stressful for some, and that may be true, but in my opinion, that's a big part of the game's fun. Strategy is key in this game. Plus, you're able to pair up your characters in romantic relationships to create a kid that comes from the future, which got me on board on the game. I have to say that Gen 5 is my favorite generation of Pokemon games, and my favorite games from this generation are Pokemon Black and White. Pokemon Black and White stand out from the other Pokemon games as they made it all about the new Pokemon, while the older Pokemon are only obtainable in the post-game. This game also had an actual thought-out story that involves the evil organization Team Plasma and a mysterious character named N. I still believe that the DS era of Pokemon games was Pokemon at its best, and Pokemon Black and White are prime examples in my opinion. Now, I didn't think I was gonna like this game when it was first teased, but I was wrong about Persona 5 Strikers. Persona 5 Strikers is a direct sequel off the original Persona 5 game, and instead of turn-based combat, you fight using Dynasty Warrior mechanics with some Persona 5 sprinkled in. This game stays true to the characters and the original gameplay, while bringing new characters and levels. The game is also shorter than the original Persona 5, so this may be easier for players to get into. You can still acquire and fuse new personas and fight shadows, so this is a fun and different way to play Persona. I'll admit, I still haven't played the original Final Fantasy VII, so my opinion might change when I eventually get to that game. But I did have enough time to play through Final Fantasy VII Remake that came out for the PlayStation 4 last year. Although the game is just 1/3 of the original game, Final Fantasy VII Remake has been completely remade from the ground up. You have current gen graphics with real-time RPG gameplay, while having some of the best orchestrated music I've ever heard. Some of the dialogue may be a little bit awkward, but I'm still a fan of the story of Midgard. And if you're lucky to be a PS5 owner, then you'll have access to the additional content, so there's even more to enjoy from this glorious game. I played Persona 4 Golden just a few months before the game came out to Steam, so I experienced the game on the PlayStation Vita. It's amazing how you can play one of the best JRPG games in the palm of your hands. I mean, you have the most likable characters, an interesting murder story, and some of the best turn-based gameplay ever. Now, the game might look a little bit rough since it was originally released on the PlayStation 2. I think the game still looks good, and being able to play the game on the go makes it much easier to pick up and do a bit of dungeon crawling. Whether you own a Vita or a PC, I highly recommend this game if you're ready to try out a JRPG. Bro, there's a reason why Fire Emblem Three Houses won the Player's Choice Award at the Game Awards in 2019. Fire Emblem returned to a home console after being on the 3DS, and you can see the difference in quality. Three Houses features even more voice acting, the ability to assign any battle classes to your characters. It got rid of the weapons triangle and the ability to rewind time to make the game easier for beginners, and a story that branches into different paths depending on which house you choose to teach at the beginning of the game. Do I even need to mention the music in this game? It's delightful, and you're still able to be in a romantic relationship with one of the characters. easily a 10 out of 10. Like I said earlier, I think Pokemon was at its best on the DS. And even though Gen 5 is my favorite Pokemon generation, my all-time favorite Pokemon games are Heart Gold and Soul Silver. This is just a beautiful remake of the original Gold and Silver games, and additions like being able to walk with your Pokemon, encountering even more Pokemon, and the Pokewalker. God, kids nowadays don't even know that we already had a Pokemon Go, and it was this device. There's just so much to do in these Pokemon games, and I've enjoyed exploring the Johto and Kanto regions while battling my way to the top. I'm pretty sure by now you guys can tell I like RPGs, and still the best one by far I've played is Persona 5 Royal. This game is just pure art. It's pure art. From the god tier soundtrack, art style, dialogue, story, the menus. Woo boy! You can get so much enjoyment from this game, it's insane. And since Royal is the updated version of Persona 5, you get a couple of additional characters that put a slight twist on the existing story, and additional quality of life improvements that make the game the definitive way to play Persona 5. Listen, if you have the time and have the interest to play a JRPG, this will be the game that you must play. Don't you dare sleep on this game. Super Smash Bros. Ultimate is my all-time favorite game. This game celebrates a variety of gaming icons in a fun and intense fighting game. Your enjoyment for this game depends on whether you're good at it or you're not. Personally, I'm not that bad myself, which is why I love booting it up and just playing for a few minutes. Is this game perfect? No. The online is terrible, the all-star mode is gross, and coin battles aren't present in this game. However, you have an incredibly large roster of characters, a great classic mode, a bunch of spirits you can try to collect in spirit board and adventure mode, plus being able to listen to over 1,000 pieces of video game music is a very nice feature. Smash Ultimate is a game that I can easily put more hours into, and to me, being able to pick up and play a game for a few minutes of the day has become something I've been appreciating as my life has gotten busier. Super Smash Bros. Ultimate deserves my #1 spot.
Hello, my name's Mogglemic, and I am a video games content creator, primarily on Twitch. I'm a variety streamer, so I stream a wide variety of games. JRPGs tend to be my favorite, so there's quite a lot of those in my top 25 list because, well, they're just, yeah, they're the one. They're the one true video game king in my opinion. So yeah, I hope you enjoy. Dynasty Warriors 4 holds a dear place in my heart. I love the Dynasty Warriors series, and that started with Dynasty Warriors 2. But on 4, the world had so much more depth than ever before, with such a great array of story, stages, and characters. I played this a lot split screen with my brother, and there's a lot of great memories there for me. This is hack and slash gaming at its finest. Assassin's Creed 2, I think, is the game that made me fall in love with parkour mechanics and stealth in games in general, though I still suck at both. This game is just brilliant. And the story of Ezio Auditore di Firenze in this game is next to near perfect to me. Having been both a massive Final Fantasy fan and an avid MMORPG player, Final Fantasy XIV poised itself to be basically the perfect storm of fun for me. However, I couldn't really play the original release because my PC was a toaster. So when Final Fantasy XIV A Realm Reborn came out and I actually had a decent enough PC to play it, I jumped right into A Realm Reborn, and I think the story-driven aspect of it as an MMO makes it really stand out, and it's an incredible story that really is worth experiencing. The gameplay's fun and engaging, and the game makes it mostly accessible to a wide range of skill levels, and no matter what, I just can't help but keep coming back for more with Final Fantasy XIV. Having been a huge fan of the Black and White games, Fable giving an action-adventure RPG set in the same universe with you able to make the choices of good and evil, and of course a little moral ambiguity, made Fable an absolute magical delight. I still love it and its story to this day. Maybe I'm due a replay, to be honest. When Devil May Cry was coming out on PS2, my friends and I got super excited about this, and this super stylish hack and slash action adventure about a half demon, fighting demons to save the world from the evil Emperor Mundus is equal parts epic as it is completely bonkers, over the top, and so very edgy. I still love the DMC series, but none of them ever quite met the magic of the first one to me. Age of Empires 2 might be the game that really got me into PCs, if I'm honest. I love this game, and I used to play it with my brother watching, and then I used to watch him play too. And I think that this is a lot of where my desire to stream came from, that I want to share experiences with others again. Trying to build crazy cities with intricate defenses was absolutely my favorite thing to do in this game, and see what interesting ways I could use to repel my foes. Super Mario 64 is my all-time favorite Mario game. That's just a non-argument, really. I used to spend ages messing around in this. The world felt really vast and unconquerable to young me, but still, somewhere on my N64 cartridge, I have an All-Stars save, which, to be honest, I'm still pretty proud of, because old me cannot play that game very well. I only played Xenoblade Chronicles for the first time in 2020, properly having never gotten past the first small section on the Wii or the new 3DS versions. But, oh my word, this game is amazing. JRPG top tier game. The story and the characters are fantastic. The world's vast and vibrant and interesting, and pretty damn unique. The music is absolutely to die for. And also the voice lines in battle are frankly hilarious, and I still find myself saying them randomly. Yeah. Banjo-Kazooie, I think, is one of my favorite 3D platformers ever. The combination of fun mechanics and skills to use, and the vibrant array of characters, the transformations, and of course its brilliant sense of humor from Rare just makes this an incredibly charming game. The Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion. Now, I love this game, and I dread to think how many hours I've spent on it on 3 different platforms over the years. I used to always make new characters just to see what kinds of random things would happen in my adventure based on how I did different things, and I guess I kind of always often ended up back in the same kind of magic builds, because the mage's guild is just so good. And it's controversial, but I don't think Skyrim ever quite matched the charm of Oblivion or even Morrowind before that. So Red Dead Redemption, I mean, it's GTA with cowboys, right? Well, yes, but actually no, but also yes. I love this game. The story was amazing, and it had me so invested in the world, and it just felt so fun to play and enjoy. It felt vast, but not overwhelming, and full, but also not empty. And like in areas like the desert where you'd expect it to be kind of more barren, but there's still life there where you'd expect it, and it was just so masterfully done. And honestly, I still think about the ending to that game to this day is one of the best video game story endings I think I've ever seen. Dark Souls, Dark Souls, Dark Souls. Where would this list be without Dark Souls? Well, the world, the setting, the lore, the gameplay, the music, the usual. Love it all. No matter how much I play it, it still manages to kick my butt sometimes, and the sense of accomplishment you feel when first beating a boss is next level. I also, love tinkering around with new builds. It's just so much fun. I love this game, and it's crazy, the series of, well, it's almost defined a new genre really, and it's fantastic. So let's talk about Bloodborne. I mean, it's Victorian Lovecraftian Dark Souls. Like, what's not to love? I love this game for all the same reasons as the Souls series, the lore, the setting, the music. But where it stands apart is the gameplay is just so smooth and nice, and just feels amazing to play. It's just fast-paced Dark Souls, and there's something very satisfying about slaying eldritch horrors. you know? Grandia is one of the best JRPGs I've ever played, hands down, and one that honestly gets nowhere near enough love and appreciation that it deserves. It has such a wonderful story with great characters and mechanics, while also being incredibly tropey, but in the best way, the absolute best way. It's a wonderful, heartwarming tale that I'd recommend to any JRPG fan. I'm talking about Bugsnax. Now, I was extremely hyped for Bugsnax when it was announced because it just looked so wacky, but after playing it, holy moly, man. This game is brilliant, both mechanically and in terms of story, setting, and the characters. It also has an absolutely jamming soundtrack. I really didn't expect to love it quite as much as I do. The amount I still think about it when I'm not playing it is honestly a little bit alarming, and that soundtrack just never seems to leave my mind. Demon's Souls is essentially the OG Dark Souls, and this is where it all began, and it's still my favorite. I saw this in a game store over here in the UK when it came out, and I thought, damn, it looks cool, and I just had to get it. And then I died, and it punished me for dying, and it made the game harder because I'd failed, not easier. And then I died again and again and again, and I kept dying, but every time I did triumph, it felt amazing. And although I got really mad, I was still having a great time. And you know, like with the other the more well-known Soulsborne games, it has a great world, lore, and story, and not to mention a fantastic soundtrack. In Final Fantasy X, we got the first voice-acted Final Fantasy game, and it blew my mind. This is something I dreamed of when I first started playing the series, and what's more, it had all the charm and things I loved about the other Final Fantasies I'd played up to this point. The soundtrack and the story were both amazing and worked beautifully well together. The visuals were honestly insane for their time, and I think they still gave some PlayStation 3 titles a run for their money. The group of ragtag characters who were all, quite frankly, so well developed and interesting. It's just a fantastic game, and just stay away from the summoner. It's no secret that I'm a huge Final Fantasy fan, so when you add that with Disney, you get Kingdom Hearts. And oh boy, when I saw that the PlayStation magazine had this listed and it was coming out as a kid, I knew I had to play it, and I loved it. I absolutely loved it. It's so insane with such a wacky story and an amazing soundtrack by Yoko Shimomura, and I couldn't help but love it. It feels like one of those adventures to fight evil you dream of going on as a kid. You know, truly the blend of Disney and Final Fantasy magics combined here. And let's not forget Darkness. To the Moon is just a masterpiece, a pure masterpiece. I think it might have earned cult classic status, but it sure as heck doesn't get remotely the amount of love it genuinely deserves. In 4 hours, this game told one of the best stories I've ever witnessed in my life and had me bawling my eyes out and heartbroken multiple times. I can't recommend it enough to anyone. Please play this game. I was really on the fence about Ghost of Tsushima leading up to its release, but I managed to find the collector's edition last minute for pre-order, and I liked all the included things with that collector's edition, so I thought, heck, I'll give it a shot. Why not? And that was one of the best decisions I ever made. This game, in my opinion, is next to near perfect. The story, the soundtrack, the gameplay, they blend together perfectly with the incredibly beautifully crafted world that looks visually stunning to bring such an immersive experience. It feels both cinematic and engaging at the same time. Ghost of Tsushima had such a huge emotional impact on me that it had me in tears multiple times and still sticks with me pretty much every day. Horizon Zero Dawn is interesting. I got super interested and excited for the game when it was first announced. To the point I pre-ordered the collector's edition, praying and hoping it would be good. And it blew every one of my expectations out of the water. I love every aspect of it. The story is amazing. The gameplay is engaging. The world and the lore Guerrilla Games created here is just phenomenal. I hear the first note of the theme song and I still get chills. If you haven't played this game yet, you really should do yourself a favor and just play it. I can't go into too much without spoilering just such a fantastic story. The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, I think this game ultimately means more to me than any other game in my top 25. It might not be my actual favorite, but it holds the strongest place in my heart of any game ever, full stop. I could talk about how much I love the story of good against evil, the twists, the turns, the music, the puzzles, and the sense of adventure young me felt playing it. But what really sticks to me more than anything is how my completely non-gamer father used to sit and watch me play it. It became a bit of a ritual. I would play and he would watch. I wouldn't play it without him in case he missed something. And seeing a non-gamer enjoy watching the game and being as enthralled by it as I was, for me, speaks loudly enough about why it's a fantastic game and one that is incredibly important to me. Final Fantasy IX is beautiful, just absolutely beautiful in so many ways. The return to high fantasy for the series after 7 and 8 was great and brought with it one of my favorite video game stories of all time. I love the characters and the bonds they form. The soundtrack by Nobuo Uematsu complements every story beat absolutely perfectly. The game is excellent, and they also contain my favorite iterations of Moogle, which are kind of a big deal to me. This game feels as magical to me today as it did all those years ago, and no matter how many times I play it, that still holds. Final Fantasy VIII for me was the first Final Fantasy game that I ever played, and I think it's one of the first JRPGs I ever played. It's definitely one of them. I loved it, and I still love it. I think the story's winding and over the top, and the characters are great. And man, the FMVs, they looked so good for the time. It's crazy. And to think that they were on a PS1, mind-boggling. And the soundtrack, yeah, just phenomenal. I think it's safe to say my love for JRPGs began with Final Fantasy VIII, and this probably has the biggest role in developing my taste in games. So Final Fantasy VII is my all-time favorite game, plain and simple. It's the second Final Fantasy game I ever played and still one of the earliest JRPGs I experienced. I immediately fell in love with the world and the characters, and the active time battle system gameplay is a great take on the turn-based classic, and the versatility you get with the materia and the combinations is just amazing. Often JRPG characters fall into typical tropes, and at first Final Fantasy VII characters are no different really. However, as the game progresses, you see there's far more to them, and the development over the game that shows them to be unique and full-fledged characters that I can't help but love. The story itself and its message, they're also fantastic, and I think they're very pertinent today, and maybe even more so than when it was released in 1997. So yeah, Final Fantasy VII for me is just number one. Fantastic game, and I can play it over and over and over and just never get bored, never get tired of it. I love it. It's fantastic. $1991 was a great year for video games, and Sonic the Hedgehog, my number 25 pick, is no exception to that. I loved how you were encouraged not only to do the platforming elements like a Mario game, but also to go as quickly as you possibly could, with obstacles in the way that encouraged you to find fast ways around them in most cases. It felt like an introduction to speedrunning, and ever since then I've taken that sense of urgency with me and applied it to other games, but this is the one that inspired that, as well as introduced me to the concept of going fast. Whenever I talk to people about video games, one of the most often brought up topics are horror video games. They're super popular right now. But I usually have to mention Waxworks. Waxworks is one of my absolute favorite horror games of all time, for a couple of reasons. In addition to having this creepy retro feel and this instance of helplessness, it was one of the most graphic games for its time, showing ridiculous amounts of violence, gratuitous amounts of gore, and every death scene was legitimately horrifying. I highly recommend this if you're looking for some spine-tingling fun. I don't know if it's just me, but racing games seem to have fallen out of fashion in recent months. I haven't played a racing game in quite some time, but when I get an urge to play a racing game, it's generally Sega GT 2002, a launch title for the original Xbox. Despite the fact that it's an older game, the graphics have actually aged fairly gracefully on this, and the tracks offer a legitimate challenge even when compared to some of the more recent racing games. And I absolutely have to recommend listening to its fist-pumping soundtrack as you race, going 90 miles an hour around these hairpin turns in 5th gear. Okay, I know things are really different now, but there was a time where we would go out and eat at restaurants, and those restaurants may have arcade machines. In my case, it was an old pizza restaurant, and it had X-Men vs. Street Fighter. I didn't get to visit it very often, but when I did get to visit it, I was always at that arcade machine, whether it be able to play or watching some other kids play it and then just enjoying the graphics of X-Men vs. Street Fighter. It was absolutely a game changer for me to hear that X-Men vs. Street Fighter came out on the PS1, and I would get it years later and have hours of fun, though I'm not very proficient in fighters. This is absolutely the fighter I'll kill the most time with, if given the opportunity. Alright, so my first gaming memories are absolutely Pong. It's the first game I've ever played. I played it specifically on a Pong system. But the best memories that come to mind when I think of my early gaming days come from the Atari 2600 and more specifically, a remarkable game called Pitfall. I actually still have multiple cartridges, including the original cartridge I used to play it on all those years ago. It's the simplest introduction to platformers ever. Don't jump in the water, don't jump in an open alligator mouth, don't get stung by a scorpion, get the gold. But for some reason, this little simple concept, These series of simple concepts create a really nice and cohesive game that I still go to this day. It's probably no surprise to find a first-person shooter inside of a top 25s list. It's probably even less of a surprise that that first-person shooter is a Halo game. But for me, that game is Halo 2. I absolutely enjoyed the entirety of Halo 2, the dual wielding, the vehicles, the online play. And it was the first one I played online with other people, and even got it to compete in. Halo 2 forever will be my favorite in the installment, no matter how many come out. Okay, so this may seem a little bit out of left field, but trust me on this. This is where I start going from good games to great games, and Ribbit King for the GameCube is absolutely a great game. It has a single-player story, it has multiplayer, and it's the odd concept of playing golf with weird creatures and frogs as the golf ball. There are all kinds of courses, and obstacles are typically fun with some QTE elements to keep everything fresh and interesting. And if you decide to play by yourself, you're still not missing out. With these awesome CPU characters, you'll have fun for hours. Now, I've been playing Prince of Persia for some time. The original ones back on the Sega Genesis systems and the remakes that they've come out with. But I have to say that it had a wonderful run on the Xbox, GameCube, and PlayStation 2 consoles, and specifically Two Thrones. Now, the first one was great, but it had its hiccups. The second one was great, but it was all about the blood, the gore, and the true ending. You had to have a secret series of things happen. The Two Thrones was a perfect balance. It had wonderful combat. It had two characters that you were rooting for in different ways, the Dark Prince and, of course, your own prince. And the ending seemed satisfactory, along with a plethora of environment-enhancing pieces. The music was on point, the graphics were great, the voice acting did a great job. All in all, this is a game I like to go through if I like to blow off some steam. I came into this game a little late, but it has since made its place in my top 25 favorite games of all time. And that is Vice Project Doom for the original Nintendo Entertainment System. This game blends brilliantly different playstyles, from a racing style game to a first-person shooter to a third-person action game, and it even blends within those different forms of combat. When you're in third person, you can choose to assault with a gun, you can choose to slash with a sword, or you can choose to use grenades. There are platforming elements and boss fights. It feels really epic and actually very ahead of its time. If you've never played this game, I highly recommend picking up a copy as soon as you can. Alright, so I'm about to commit some blasphemy here, but I never got into Pokemon. It was just kind of after my time, or so I'd say. If I had to pick a game that had an evolution quirk to it, it would be Cubivore, which consequently is one of my favorite games out there. It's a game about little creatures that get to devour and evolve and become bigger and badder and better. And you're always excited to see what the next thing you can become is, as well as to do the chores, eventually, that lead you up to that. It makes you feel like you've accomplished something, and it's a lot of fun. Definitely something I would recommend picking up if you can. I know that fighting death has become something of a trope when it comes to gaming, especially with games like Castlevania. And don't worry, I'll get to those. But nothing made me feel so powerful when doing something like that than King's Quest VI. I've always been a fan of King's Quest games. In fact, point-and-click games in general have caught my attention, but this one stands out above the rest for a number of reasons. I like the story, I like the action, I like the flow, and I love the underworld, where this game takes you to face off with the Lord of the Damned, and it's incredible. Now, I'm not going to spoil how to solve any of the puzzles, but if you want to feel powerful in a story, this game delivers that in spades. I have a problem with sports games, mostly that they don't really change. I mean, yeah, the roster may be adjusted and some stats may get boosted, but it's still the same game, or it feels like it. And that's where NFL Street 2 comes in for me. It is insane. The ability to create your own team and characters and then play up against well-known teams. And the ability to be showy while doing it, running up walls, juking insanely, and doing flips while throwing the ball. I don't know any sports game that could contend with this one. Okay, this one's not going to shock anybody. I think most people would probably even agree with this one, and that's Red Dead Redemption 2. Red Dead Redemption 2 is the beginning of my must-play games tier. It's amazingly vast. It allows you to play the good guy or the bad guy or a combination of both, and the amount of things that you can do outside of the story is limitless. I don't really have to say much else. I really think if you don't already have it, you should. Have I mentioned recently that I really like retro? It's in my name, but I really like retro. And then a new game came out called Bloodstained Curse of the Moon. It wasn't retro, but it was in the retro style, specifically the style of Castlevania 3. And I love this game. It feels difficult, it feels retro, and it still feels fair. And I absolutely cannot recommend it enough. If you're a veteran of the old style Castlevania games, you will love this game. And if you're new to them, it's got a casual gamer mode just for you. Definitely pick this thing up. This one's got a little bit of bias and a story attached. So picture that it's the 90s and a much younger me is going into a small local store which has a bakery, video game section, kind of a little of everything. And just beside the bakery, where we go to get donuts that morning, I see Felix the Cat, and I decide to rent it. And I go home and I play it. It is still, to this day, as fun as that day back in the 90s when I first played it. You get to play as Felix the Cat in a platformer, and you can attack bad guys, but as you attack bad guys, you'll collect milk bottles and Felix tokens, and as you do that, you'll upgrade his weaponry and his next attack. It keeps you guessing, and then when you think you've got it all figured out, he goes underwater, and a new series of weapons is there for you to explore. It's simple, but definitely get this. This particular entry may seem out of type, but I love it. It's another launch title for the original Xbox, Jet Set Radio Future. It's like no other game out there, apart from its predecessor, Jet Grind Radio. It's a game where you can play as multiple characters who use magnetic rollerblades to go all over Japan. And you're using graffiti, fighting rival street gangs, so the skating part doesn't really get stale. There's constantly confrontation. There's actually a story in it about you fighting against an oppressive police force and an oppressive government. It's a must-play. I know this one's not going to be much of a shocker, but I love Castlevania, and I especially love Castlevania Symphony of the Night, a game that decided to stick with 2D when 3D was being popularized. In Symphony of the Night, you play as Alucard, the half-vampire son of Dracula, trekking through the aforementioned Castlevania. It mixes RPG elements, like getting to choose your weapons and armament, with platforming elements, and it mixes multiple forms of lore, as Castlevania typically does. And once you've finished the game, heavy quotations, you get to do it in a different way, upside down, for the true ending. It's an amazing addition to any gamer's collection. I'm always surprised when I talk to most people that this game isn't in their library. Heck, most people haven't even played this one. But that's Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic 2. This game feels amazing. It's an RPG to its core, a Star Wars one. You can play it any way you want, a Jedi, a Sith, a bounty hunter, or anything in between. And it allows you to have a big impact on your world, not just on events that occur in it with multiple endings, but also on how your team progresses, whether or not some of them will have access to the Force, become a Jedi, become a Sith, and how they feel towards the overall plot. They also factor into the ending quite satisfactorily, depending on which direction you go. If you've never played the KOTOR series, this is a really, really great entry. Okay, so this next game begins what I call the God tier games portion of my top 25, and it's a recent entry, The Witcher 3. This game is massive. Massive in scope, massive in story, and massive in attention to detail. It's a phenomenal open world action RPG. You can do anything, be it going to some random cave for explorative purposes, to crafting weapons specifically to help you over that next boss fight, to continuing the story quest and the side quests that come in it. You can grab a boat and sail off to Skellige. It's absolutely huge, and every bit of it feels important, substantial, and contributes to your progress in passing this game. When I talk to people about their favorite games, Chrono Trigger almost universally comes up as one of the top. And for me, it's no different. I absolutely adore Chrono Trigger. It was a game for the Super Nintendo that was way ahead of its time. It didn't rely on fancy gimmicks and 3D graphics, but rather was a great and perfect version of a 2D RPG, an action RPG to be exact. You play as a party of people, each with their own special attacks and geared up,
and it's got a wonderful story, something that keeps you engaged from beginning to end. It also has a real weight to it, a sense of consequence, which is demonstrated early in the game and brought back through later intervals. If you've never played Chrono Trigger, you truly are missing a game in your collection. If you know me, you know that Castlevania is my favorite game franchise of all time. But when it comes to Castlevania games, Castlevania 3 Dracula's Curse is a cut above the rest, and my favorite in the series. Castlevania 3 is another example of a game ahead of its time. It launched for the original Nintendo back in the early 90s and did things that the other Castlevanias hadn't done. Firstly, introducing branching paths and the ability to get and recruit different members who would be available to you to switch using the select button. It's also the most difficult in my opinion, and for this, its ridiculous challenge translates into great reward, a great sense of accomplishment. If you've never played the series, I highly recommend picking this one up if you can. Okay, so this game gets a bad reputation, but Donkey Kong Country 3 is absolutely my favorite of the original Donkey Kong Country trilogy. It works the same as the previous two games. You have two Kongs and are trying to get from the beginning to the end of each stage. It's a platformer, you jump on the heads of bad guys. But it introduces several new concepts as well. Firstly, an overworld, in contrast to the previous two's level maps, that you can actually trek and find secrets, secret caves, secret levels, even a secret world. The game also has a habit of introducing a new gimmick or a new concept with every level, and most of these are incredibly fun. From learning basic new controls, to basic new baddies, to the entire alternate ending of the 103% playthrough. This game keeps on giving, and I highly recommend you add it to your collection. There isn't anything about this next entry that I can say that you probably don't already know. About 95% of the people I know have played this game and probably still hold on to it and hold it in high regard, and that's Super Mario World. But Super Mario World makes its place in my top 25 not just because of it having been a remarkably solid game, but also because of the sentimental value of how much time I spent playing it. And even after I had passed the game multiple times, I came back later and had discovered things like the Star World and the Secret World. It was a game that continually keeps me engaged, and it's something I enjoy playing still to this day. It's simple, but that's what makes it so fun. And I doubt that most of you don't know what I'm talking about. I'm sure most people have this dilemma, but when coming up with my number 2 and number 1 slots, it was very difficult, but especially for the number 2 slot, and that was Banjo-Kazooie. Banjo-Kazooie is a game that I've spent countless hours, probably even months worth of time, just enjoying the world. I play it every year, 100% through, just for fun. It's an incredible 3D platformer where you play as a bear and a bird versus Gruntilda, an evil witch. The story's completely absurd, but that's not why you play it. You play it to see what all worlds you'll discover inside of this witch's lair, what all transformations Mumbo will turn you into so you can complete your quest, what the next trick, trap, or turn will be. And ultimately, this game plays smooth as butter, so you're compelled to continue to see what these are. It is the most impressive Nintendo 64 game I think that has ever been published. This game was absolutely no problem for me to place at my number 1 slot, and I do it for a couple of reasons. Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic is a phenomenal story RPG. You play as a character who can become essentially anyone, a Jedi, a Sith, a bounty hunter, but this game also has a great amount of sentimental value to me. At a very pivotal point in my life, I found out that I had a medical condition. Nothing too serious necessarily, but definitely life-altering. I spent a lot of time in the hospital, and this game stayed with me. They brought an Xbox in, allowed me to bring my own copy and play. And I played through the game like crazy, trying to find every side quest, every special character interaction, every secret it had. And sometimes just lay there listening to the beautiful music by Jeremy Soule, the music of Tatooine's vast sand dunes, and Manon's wonderful water world. It's a game that may not mean the same to you as it did to me, but it's still a phenomenal game. And it's one that every person that I know has been recommended by me, and I'm doing the same here.
I'm so giddy over the Viddy Showcase, a case for our top 25 favorite games. If you disagree with my list, well, I'm an amateur. And 2, don't leave me off the hook. You can pirate that cringe pun. Oh, what do we have here? A DKC strategy guide. Hey, amateur, put that guide down. Oh, who's that? Oh, that's the expert, my brother. We are the Thumb Brothers, but he likes to thumb through strategy guides, and I think he's gonna go bananas. And we are going bananas crazy excited for the Viddy Showcase. Thanks again for having us, Viddy, and everyone else who's also participating. A huge thank you. Amateur, put that strategy guide down now. This game has some of the most charming sound effects. I love the sound effects that the fruit makes, like the banana, the peach, even the pretzel. Yep, it's Pac-Man, but it's Miss Pac-Man. I think it's the first game to feature a female protagonist, and of course the only difference of Pac-Man and Miss Pac-Man is that there's a little bow and some lipstick. But don't let the charm of Pac-Man fool you. The difficulty in Miss Pac-Man is really interesting. That the first level, it's a good introduction. You have a ghost of a chance for sure, because the ghosts are chasing you. You're not chasing ghosts, it's the other way around. You get a pellet, and it's pretty easy to get the ghost. But as you progress later in the levels, the pellets, the ghost, they only become invincible for just a short amount of time. But it's also the layout of the levels get a little bit tricky. It's always cool to have a little escape route in the game. I always thought it was so fun. Like, you would have your arcade joystick, and sometimes the arcade joystick would be so crusty or so like messed up, and then like you would have to like really like clunk it or something. And it's like when the ghost would chase you, it'll be like, oh, come on. You would try to go to the escape route on the left side of the screen to go to the right side of the screen. But since the joystick got all messed up, you would run into the ghost. Well, I'm an amateur. I probably wouldn't have made a difference anyways. But the escape routes get a little bit trickier in the later levels. And also the ghost could go from screen to screen, which I thought was kind of cool. I love the names of the ghost. Obviously some puns, Blinky and whatnot. You could always do puns on those. The thing I love about Miss Pac-Man is the cutscenes. You have Act 1 and so on. It's nice to have a little cutscene after a few amount of levels. The way, like, so what's your playing style? Do you want to play a little bit more aggressive? Do you want to play a little bit more safe? Do you want to play a little bit in between? I always love seeing different people play the game a little bit differently, have different type of strategies or different approaches or mindsets when playing. Just seeing the highest score just created that sense of community feeling, or also competition, that you always wanted to put that quarter in and get an extra couple and to get an extra couple quarters just to maintain your score, or at least come close to the high score. There was just a sense of satisfaction no matter what level you got up to. As long as you beat your own personal score, that was enough. Street Fighter 2 Turbo, the first thing that comes to mind is playing with my older brothers, and the good news is, since the game is called Turbo, I could just lose quicker. Yeah, facing your older siblings and losing down to like your last health of the bar, and you came so close to winning, and it doesn't matter. It counts as a loss. And I remember the game would keep track of your wins and losses versus your opponents. Other people would rub it in to you. The thing that stands out the most for Street Fighter II Turbo is the music and the personality of the game. The soundtrack, you have the majestic Ryu, you have the Top Gun anthem Ken, you got the main theme, the Las Vegas Balrog, you have other themes, Vega, Blanca, and of course even the weaker ones are still darn good. How could I forget to mention Zangief's music theme? The music themes are also kind of has a little bit of a world feel to it. And the personality of the game, it's just so funny when you would see the character quotes like "go home and be a family man." Anytime you could have some of that in a game, it gives it character, it makes it replayable. Other funny things were the bonus stages. You're hitting a bunch of bricks and you're attacking barrels. Like, imagine someone in real life kind of saw you doing that, like, hey, what are you doing? There's actually a cool reference to Final Fight. There's a bonus stage of the car where you're smashing somebody's car. Well, somebody should not have left that car there. But that was a cool little reference to Capcom's beat 'em up. And obviously the different endings really give the game replay value. You have 8 characters, or 12 characters in this case, and the fact that you could see endings not just from the good guys but also the bad guys. My favorite ending was Ryu, where he just did not attend the medal ceremony because he says the fight is everything. I really like that. I also like how there's different ending music, and I also like when you beat the game undefeated at the highest difficulty, you'll get that special staff scroll, and of course that awesome staff credit music. I know the game's a little bit unbalanced wise. Everybody loves to pick Ryu and Ken, some people love to spam, but the game does have a lot of strategy with charged characters like Guile, and sometimes it's good to mix up characters. So while it does have that going against it, it's still one of our favorite games, especially pulling off those 2-hit, 3-hit combos. And how can I forget the music that goes with everything? Guile. The thing I think people know a lot about Star Fox for the Super Nintendo is do a barrel roll. That seems to be a very popular thing. And it's not said by the main character, which is interesting. It's actually said by Peppy, who seems to have a lot of pep in his step. And some of our puns were originated from Star Fox, because you always gotta slip in a pun, especially when Slippy the Toad is there. We don't want to croak now, do we? And that's the thing about this game, a lot of personality with these characters. You have Falco, who's sort of like, okay, Fox, you gotta be careful here. Oh wait, that's the wrong person. But I think we got a little bit of an inspiration from Falco. I would always like it when you would do him a favor, save his life, and then he would say something like, mind your own business, Fox. Something like that. And it would always be kind of funny, always hitting Slippy on purpose, or any of the other wingmen that you have. And this game kind of reminded me of Star Wars and Top Gun. Top Gun with all this... so let me just repeat that. Top Gun with... testing 1, 2, 3. Top Gun, where Fox and his father, similar to Maverick and his father, and Star Wars, the music from those meteor levels, and also the ending music kind of reminds me of Star Wars. And also the opening scene of Star Fox, the title screen, definitely screams Star Wars, where you have these big ships slowly going to a crawl. That's a nice callback to episode 4 of Star Wars. The thing that I love about Star Fox the most is it has 3 routes, level 1, 2, and 3. Each of them are a little bit different than each other. The thing I love about the game is the lore. In Route 3, if you get to the ending, Andros, the main antagonist in Star Fox, kind of heckles Star Fox a little bit, talking about his dad, saying that like you're not as good as your dad. That's kind of cool. You don't see that dialogue in level 1. I love the sound effects of the game. When you get hit, like from a big enemy object, those mode 7 effects, it's like I call them like geometry effects. When you get hit by an enemy, it really stings. Like it just has that crunch sound effect. The Corneria music, I love that music. Very upbeat music. I do like the boss battles, how they're a little bit different in each of the 3 routes. The whole lore about shortcuts, black holes, that was a big thing in the... I do love having a tutorial, a training scene. And I love the music in that controls, that you could sort of customize your controls with 4 options. And even the first level is sort of like a tutorial. You're kind of following your wingmen, and then you can kind of go through certain areas to get weapon upgrades. That's really pretty cool. Yes, one last thing. The intro of the first stage, Corneria. I love the voice samples. Emergency, emergency. I just love that. And then you see all the wing, and then you see all the wing fighters just go out of that base, and then you just get that, of course, as I said earlier, that awesome music. And one more thing, I just found it kind of funny that the game does keep track of your scores for each level. So if you want to get 100% complete, you gotta do a 100 at every level, and it would just be really frustrating, funny when you would get like 98 points or 99 just because you missed one enemy, or your R-Wing or your fellow R-Wing just missed one enemy. I always wanted to be a pitcher growing up. That was one of my dreams. And this baseball game for the Super Nintendo gave this pitcher's perspective. In most video games, you would always see the batter's perspective. But for the Super Nintendo Super Bases Loaded 1, this game was really cool to show that. Super Bases Loaded 2 and 3, yikes. I can't stand those games. There are some flaws to Super Bases Loaded. It's just an exhibition, really. You have to get 100 points, the perfect game, at level 5. The CPU, never mind. I just thought it was kind of funny. Like, you would kind of like jump and catch a... I just think it was kind of funny that you would just kind of jump and... I think it was just kind of funny that you would just jump like 100 feet and rob a home run when you would face a human player. Just to see someone's face on that was just kind of funny. It was also kind of hilarious. You could kind of glide as a third baseman and just from third base and just like glide all the way to first base. I always thought that was kind of funny. The pitching music, when I would be a pitcher, I just love that music theme. I love the staff credit music theme, and I also love every time getting a home run. It had a little bit of a different animation, whether it was a 1 homer or a double homer, 3-run homer, or a grand slam. I just love that little music theme to it. There's something enduring about it. And I just like that different pitchers had different pitching motions, that you could throw changeups, fastballs, 100-mile fastball, and then you could throw a 70-mile-per-hour changeup. So basically, yeah, it's really... Test 1, 2, 3. So basically, yeah, I'm really big on the pitcher's perspective, as you can see. You know when you love a video game a lot, when you get a game over, you just drop the controller and listen to the game over music theme. And this space shooter, I got plenty of game overs, even on normal mode. This space shooter is a very frustrating one, the second half of the game, where you have these falling rocks. There's this one stage where you just have to dodge all these falling rocks. Then there's another stage where you have to go at ultra super speed and make sure you don't graze anything, because if you touch anything in Gradius games, or if you touch anything in Gradius 3, that's it, your ship self-destructs. And when you die in a Gradius game, it really hurts, because you start off at 0 power-ups. So basically, it's kind of like you kind of have to not die. I know that seems kind of obvious advice, but sometimes that most obvious advice helps. The game soundtrack, as I said, the game over music is awesome. One of my favorite game over themes very heroic, very optimistic for a game over song. Fire Scramble is probably my favorite, very energetic track, very upbeat. I also love the Easter Stone music track of that stage. You always got to have those Easter Stone references in Gradius. I love the quote-unquote lucky zone. I love the quote-unquote lucky zone, where it's sort of a quote-unquote bonus level, but it's really not a bonus level. It's just all these things are coming to destroy you. Probably one of the most upbeat music tracks I've found in a video game. It's just very ironic that you have a very cheerful song for a very hectic part of the stage. Normal mode is still really super hard, and hard mode, oh boy. I think the thing I love about Gradius 3 is the customization that it has. Right at the beginning of the game, you have anything that you can customize to your liking. You can even be super miniature, which is really cool. There's so many different ways to play it, which adds to the replay value. I love the sound samples, the sound effects. Like when you get a power up, select option, and then in the game level, it'll be like option. Like I just thought that just has a nice little touch. Got to add the boss rush. You always got to have a boss rush in a space shooter, and man, there's a lot of bosses in that one. I know that RPG games, especially the old school RPG games, the turn-based ones, are very notorious reputation for being very grindy, and this game, Dragon Warrior 1, is no exception. I do admit that the other Dragon Warrior games are better, but there's something about Dragon Warrior 1, which is my favorite. I'm a little bit biased because it's, I think, one of my first RPG games. I was so drawn in by the artwork, which is by the same guy who did, I don't want to mispronounce his name, I'm an amateur, the same guy who does Dragon Ball Z, and the same guy who did the awesome designs of Chrono Trigger. The monster sprites, I don't know what to say. Phenomenal, really cool. There must have been some really good concept art by the artists to get these awesome sprites like the Green Dragon. That's what really got me into dragons and like fantasy. When I would see the Green Dragon in Dragon Warrior 1, I kind of, I got a little bit scared. I kind of, it's just really scary. And that foreboding dungeon music, it just has that like mysteriousness. It just has that mysteriousness to it. Again, you're going solo here, so it's just you. I do kind of like that. It's just one warrior. And when I would see those stairs at the world map, or the bridge, not the stairs, when I would see the bridge on the world map, there was a sense of excitement and dread. I remember sometimes I would just kind of test out the waters, just tiptoeing into the other bridge, and then you get these like crazy monster levels coming after you, and then you would see your screen go red. I just thought that was kind of cool. Like when your hit points are red, the screen goes red. The title theme, when you click on the game, very majestic. I do have to say, Dragon Warrior 1 is probably best known for deleting your save file. I remember getting pretty darn far into the game, my adventure log, and you got the good old make sure you press reset and press power. Well, I did press reset and press power. I don't know why the game would erase it, so that's why I kind of say you should play the game, especially these old RPGs. Do not play them on original consoles. That's my advice. I thought the text boxes were kind of funny. Like you would have talk, like find or open door. It was a little bit tedious, but gives the game a little bit of a charm to it. I also thought it was kind of funny that when you die, so you're supposed to save the kingdom and rescue the king's daughter, but then when you die, the king takes half of your gold. That doesn't make any And another thing, the items, the weapons, and armor were so darn cool. Like, you had an armor that every step you take, no pun to the song, you would get a hit point recovery. There's just so much to say about this game. I just love the simplistic art style, and the music is top notch. And it's a game that might be kind of interesting to speedrun through. Maybe you learn some strats. Who knows? And one last thought, I think what people know about Dragon Warrior the most is a slime approaches. What is thy command? I just love those battles, especially when you get hit, sort of like that Star Fox, you just hear that crunch. I think all Metroid fans could agree, and that we're all very thankful that Super Metroid has a map. They really went above and beyond with this one, aka Metroid 3. I mean, that map, there's something about that map that sets the tone for games like Hollow Knight or Castlevania Symphony of the Night, because the first Metroid, I love that game, but I would get so confused as where to go. And it's not just a simple map in Super Metroid, but it's a pretty darn good map. It doesn't show you everything, which is what I love about this game, that there's so many tricks and corners that you kind of have to revisit it. There's so many, let me repeat that. There's so many spots that you kind of have to mind your surroundings and see what corner is there. There's a secret there. You kind of have to use all your weapons and all these new weapons that are featured in Super Metroid. It's not really weapons, it's just items per se. I think the wall jump was really cool in Super Metroid, especially learning that from those little creatures and how that kind of ties into the ending. The fact that there are multiple endings in Super Metroid really adds to the replay value. Sort of similar to like Metal Gear Solid or Resident Evil. If you complete the game at a certain time, you just get a different ending. I always thought that was kind of cool. Or if you got 100%, did you get all the energy tanks? Did you get all the missiles? The thing I love about Super Metroid is the references or vibe from Aliens. It just has that atmosphere to it. I don't know why I said that. The intro, the cinematic intro, man, just totally blew me away. That music, that haunting music. And I would love it when you go to the station and then everything would light up and you just get that awesome music and then you see all the enemies. There's just so much to say about Super Metroid. The bosses were really huge. In Metroid, they were really small. But Ridley and Kraid, wow. The battle with Kraid, I just love the sound effects that Kraid would make. And then the music before Kraid just has that like sci-fi, cool, futuristicness to it. And the little details of the game has so many to mention, but you see like this fallen fighter there before the battle with Kraid. The game's a great use of backtracking. I know we all hate kind of backtracking, but I think in Super Metroid, it gets a pass. This is a great game. I think when it comes for most people, Gran Turismo or Need for Speed 3 Hot Pursuit. I love the sim base of Gran Turismo, but I just thought the game was a little bit tedious at times. It's still one of my favorites, but I give the edge to Hot Pursuit. I grew up on the James Bond movies. Some of the puns were from James Bond. James Bond also had some fancy cars, and that's what Need for Speed has, is those fancy cars that I will never ever drive, but hey, we could all fantasize and we could all play the video game, so there you go. It does not have the Porsche. Let me repeat that. I don't believe Need for Speed 3 has the Porsche, but I do know it has the Ferrari and the Lamborghini. And I also know that unlike Gran Turismo, you could also damage those cars, especially in Hot Pursuit mode. You would see the condition of the car get worse and worse. It was always fun to play Hot Pursuit mode with multiplayer, just one person would play the cops, one person would play the car, and you could always switch roles. Also, Grand Prix mode, very underrated in Need for Speed. If you want to unlock cars, at least that's from what I remember. I'm also, I need to get back into this game more, but I do know time trial a lot. I would love time trial mode. I'm a huge time trial person. The scenery of Need for Speed 3 Hot Pursuit, I just love the countryside of the levels, like in Europe and whatnot. It's just so great to see that scenery and that old scenery vibe, the architecture, just a beautiful game. And the controls are really awesome. I just love the controls in Need for Speed. It's a game that definitely needs a lot more than the eye. It's one that, if you like racing games, you should definitely pursue it. I admit that I'm pretty bad at first-person shooters, but I did grow up on Wolfenstein 3D and Doom. But this one, I admit, might have not aged all that well. But it's still one of my favorites because I love its personality. And we have GoldenEye for the N64. It's probably best known for its 4-player multiplayer mode. I mean, if one person knows where to get the body armor, you were kind of, yeah, that was it for you. I remember my brother would always know the body armor spots, or would always know the despawn spots. Like when you die, you know where you'll come back so you could get that body armor. And yeah, the multiplayer mode was very fun, like with proximity mines. There was just a lot to it, especially when you could be villains like Jaws or Oddjob, and obviously different characters had different heights. The soundtrack of GoldenEye does use a lot of samples in each track of the level of the main theme, but the main theme is kind of like thrown in the middle somewhere. So the music is very original for the most part. I love Bunker, and I love the first Snowfield music. Ooh, that's a really great track. And I love Shiloh. I hope I pronounced that. The thing I love about this game is the mission log. You will see quotes from Moneypenny, Q, and M. There was a lot of wit in those quotes. I just love scrolling through the pages before the levels, seeing some of the banter of the mission log. It kind of reminded me of Star Fox a little bit. And also the quotes. I love how Alex says, half of everything is luck. That's straight from the movie. One of my favorite lines. And I love at the end where he says, like, you could have joined me, James Bond, but instead you had to join the pencil pushers. I just love that. And I do love Alex's last line when he says, for England, James? And then James says, no, for me. Again, that's straight from the movie. Really awesome line. In addition, what gives the game a lot of replay value for me is the different difficulty settings. You have 3, and each one has a little bit more missions to do, or submissions. And the coolest thing is the game would track how fast you would beat each level. So if you beat a certain level at a certain difficulty, you unlock a cheat or a code. And I think that's kind of cool. So basically, yeah, James Bond, GoldenEye really does a great reenactment of the movie. It really does its homework, and its personality and music is what keeps me playing this game. This game really took it up a gear with the voice acting. I have to give a solid to Metal Gear Solid. The main character, Snake, is really a great take on Kurt Russell's character from Escape from New York. I can't put to words how awesome the voice acting is. It's not just the cutscenes, it's also the codec, and also the bosses had some really awesome voice acting. This was one of the first games that I felt where the bosses had a lot of backstory. There was some tragic backstory like Psychomantis and Sniper Wolf. I love the boss battle music theme. it always gets me in high gear. And I always loved playing the codec during the boss battles. And of course, the ninja, he was also a bit of a tragic character as well. So anytime you give bosses backstory, hey, I don't care how long this game is, or people were complaining how short the game is. The game has a lot of replay value. There's so many different ways of playing it, so many different rankings to get. And of course, just like how Mega Man has some frustrating parts, Metal Gear Solid is no exception. I love these frustrating parts. It gives a game character. The long staircase, that was pretty darn annoying, especially at the hardest difficulty. The camouflage elevator, yep, you gotta have an elevator. And the backtracking, you gotta have backtracking. I'm not gonna shy away. The love theme is pretty darn awesome. Is that piano heavy music that plays in one of the endings as well, and also during Sniper Wolf's cutscene. And I love Escape music, which is a nice little remix of the boss theme. I just thought it was kind of funny how Snake could not figure out who this person in a codec was. I mean, I kind of figured it out. They both kind of have the same voice, so I don't know why Snake is kind of falling for that, but I would always play the quotes of Mei Ling. I always thought those quotes were cool. Master Miller's advice was always kind of cool. And the game broke the fourth wall. If anyone had a no-death run for the first playthrough, I died so many times against Psycho Mantis. And when I got that black screen that said, I don't want to mispronounce a name, I'm an amateur, I was like, what's going on here? And then eventually it was like, switch off to the second controller port. And that just blew me away. There were other times where the fourth wall was broken. Don't use a turbo controller. I know I say I don't give a thumb, but in this case, oh boy, my thumb got really sore of that torture scene. It was really torturous. Which game is better, Mega Man 2 or Mega Man 3? Mega Man 3 does have the slide, but I'm not going to let it slide. I'm going to give the music the edge to Mega Man 2. I know there's more than 2 Mega Man games, but the music with Bubble Man, Airman, that awesome guitar, Woodman, Quickman, Flashman. Oh man, there's a lot of great music. And even the other tracks are pretty good. And of course, Wily stage is probably the most famous Mega Man tune. It's definitely in Super Smash Bros. It's a really fun, charming platformer action game. You can choose where you want to go, which robot you want to fight first. It's a little bit obvious in the first 2 Mega Man games. It gets a little bit more quirky later on. The thing I remember most from Mega Man 2 is how frustrating the game could be with the Wily stages. You could fall off on a pit against a dragon. You can die not figuring out what crash bomb to use against those, in that one of those Wily bosses, and then that's it, you die, and then you have to farm for extra sub items. It's really trial and error, and I think the second half of the game does drop, but it just has that personality to it. I kind of like frustrating stuff like that. It is kind of funny. It's also cool to have your little robot dog, Rush, because we're always in a rush for things. That's a bad pun. And of course, 1, 2, 3. And what do we have in the tank? Energy tanks. First time where you could pick up some good old health. I would really like to know, how did people figure out that you had to crouch for like 4 or 5 seconds as Mario, and then you had to go behind this like movie-like backdrop to get the warp whistle in Mario 3, that very first one. I think Nintendo Power had something to do with it, and the movie The Wizard, which showed that clip. I think this game got a lot of hype, and it did live up to it. What I love about this game is that the game developers just took it up another level. They went out of their world with all these worlds that they created. You have ice, you have water, you have desert. The very same theme levels that we see today in Mario games. And some creativity thrown in, like the big small world of number 4. I always hated World 7. It always gave me some trouble. The interesting thing about this game is you have to beat it in one sitting, the NES one. I mean, if you're not using warps, that's kind of brutal if you think about it. But you do get a lot of lives. The game is kind of very friendly on that. I never knew that you had to get the 3 stars by just dashing. Now I know. I love the suits, the frog suits, and the others when you turn into a statue. Goomba Shoe only appears once. That's it. I mean, that's pretty darn cool. I like that. Makes the level very memorable. As you can see, they just turned things upside down a little bit. It's still the same old Mario. You're still jumping, but they just added a lot of creativity and personality to the game. The airship levels, I love the scrolling effect. I'm not a big fan of scrolling, but in this case I am. And I also love those tank levels, especially how they mix things up in World 8 with some regular levels and those like airship armada type levels. It kind of creates like this like defense force for Bowser. And the other music that I want to bring up is I like the Underground music, how it does a really nice remix of the original Underground theme. I'm not gonna lie, some of those fortress levels I did get stuck at. It was a little bit of a maze. And you know me, I don't find mazes all that amazing at times. 1986 Aliens is probably one of my favorite sci-fi movies, and Contra, when it has those face huggers, it just screams aliens. And when you're in space, no one can hear you scream. I don't want to contradict myself, but man, this game is fun to play 2 players, fun to play 1 player, fun to play with no power-ups, fun to play with the spread gun, and when you die, it does sting. I always thought it was kind of funny in Contra when you would die and then the game would kind of place you somewhere else and then you would die again. Stage 6 and Stage 7? Are you in the zone for Energy Zone? Funny obstacles in those stages. I remember getting the bee, the barrier, was always kind of funny or kind of cool to pick up. It was always cool to feel like you're invincible for 12 or 15 seconds. I wonder how many people like the base levels, but I actually like those 2 base levels. You have this really catchy kind of like dance music, and that boss music really dreading, but like dreading and like adrenaline at the same time. And last but not least, the fanfare music when you beat a stage. I just love that chime. And of course, when you die, that sound effect is a little bit funny. So you're down to 2 lives left, and you want to get some extra points to get another life. So you're playing the game just to survive. Oh, you just lost a life. Now you're down to 1 life, and you're fighting this boss with no power-ups. And then you did it. You beat the boss. You get another free life. Now you have 2. You're at stage 8. Aliens Lair, you got it. That's the thing I love about this game, that when you're down to a little bit of lives left, you always get that tense moment. And when playing 2-player, I wonder if anyone could relate to one person going super fast and then that other person would just keep on dying because you'll just keep on falling on the bottom of the screen. Waterfall is probably the best example of that, and that's why it's called Waterfall. You don't want to fall. Just a disclaimer that I do like Super Mario Kart for the Super Nintendo just as much as Mario Kart 64. I would even say that the Super Nintendo is the better game. But Mario Kart 64, one word, Staff Ghost. I love the time trial from Need for Speed, but having the Staff Ghost just add a little bit more personality to the game. And it's not just time trial mode. I did love the music, Choco Island, Moo Moo Farm, and Rainbow Road. Rainbow Road was very notorious for being very long track, but it was also very famous that it had that shortcut, which was pretty cool. And that's the thing about Mario Kart 64, was that whole lore that you had to find these shortcuts. Some of them you had to use a mushroom to find out. I would just go in time trial mode and just explore every single corner of the track. It was a little bit like an RPG game in a way, where you kind of had to mind your surroundings. Yoshi Valley, everything was like a question mark until the very last part. And you can't forget 4-player mode. While I do wish there was 4-player Grand Prix battle mode, especially the fort level, a lot of good times, especially when you have a ghost and you steal somebody's weapon. I do miss the feather. I know that the later Mario games have gotten a little bit more casual, but I do like the blue. But I do like the blue shell. It's kind of funny, especially in multiplayer mode, when you're in first place and you're just coasting, and then you get hit by the blue shell, and then you get hit by like a red shell or something. Out of the frying pan and into the fire. Rygar for the NES is one of those games where you have to beat it in one sitting. And that's how games were for the most part back in the day. It could not have hurt to have a password. Also, it could not have hurt to have a map, or at least a mini map on the screen, because when I would first play Rygar, I would kind of go in circles, just being lost, as the old man quotes, the gurus, sort of similar to Zelda 1 Old Man, where they're just giving you some cryptic advice. I mean, they do give you some advice, but it's like, you're kind of just meeting me halfway. Can you go the extra mile? Sometimes I would just die, try to figure out how to use the pulley. You know, the game would always pull my leg when it came to that. With all that said, the very first screens in Rygar, beautiful sunset and awesome triumphant music. And then the next screen is, you see the mountains, which has a little bit of a Ninja Gaiden-esque feel to it, stage 5-2. And then the music changed again to like more like a melodic tune. My favorite song is in a cave where you fight that spider, and of course the ending song. Some people kind of criticize the ending of Rygar, but I think it fits the game perfectly, that medieval like fantasy combination. The ending song is so relaxing, so uplifting, that I would just leave the game on for like 20 minutes, just kind of reminiscing. Rygar is a very underrated game in my book, made by Tecmo, and Tecmo has some other pretty darn good games as well. Did I ever use a strategy guide for Resident Evil 2? And the answer is yes, I believe I have. So those puzzles could always be kind of puzzling. They could always kind of grind your gears. They could always kind of crank up in difficulty. And in Resident Evil 2 Remake, the puzzles get a little bit more electrical. You have these like panel things. Once I got up to the panel puzzle, things just did not pan out at all. I just had to go straight to the guide. First time I played Resident Evil 2 Remake, I did not drop the controller down. I did not get up from my chair. I looked at the game time and it said 4 hours. The graphics, a complete overhaul while still maintaining the charm of the original. The police station, I love how you have a choice of original or the newer music. The newer music kind of lacks something, but that police theme from the original Resident Evil 2, you can still listen to it. You still can listen to the save room, and it's literally a safe room because Mr. X can't get you once you go in it. I just thought it was kind of funny when I would just kind of mess around with Mr. X. I would like leave one door and then come back like 1 foot in and 1 foot out just to mess with him. He was really scary in this one. The zombies are a lot smarter this go around. The AI looks like they got an upgrade. I would be really paranoid if I had to see like, is this zombie dead? I would waste so many bullets in Resident Evil 2 Remake. I love the lickers in this one, how they react to sound. One time, I was a little bit on a delay on my recording when I first played this a couple years ago. I didn't know that I blew up something, and then all of a sudden this licker just came at me, did not lick my face, he killed me. I thought that was kind of cool. It was like a little bit of like a Quiet Place vibe. I wonder if they got inspired from that. The voice acting is a little bit of an upgrade, but the script is same old cheesy, which I do kind of like. I'm a big fan of replay value. There's so many different ways to play Resident Evil 2. Just like a nice homage to the original, you can play as Leon or Claire. And of course, you still have to do item management in a Resident Evil game. There's only so many items you can carry. Remember, you're not Link from Legend of Zelda. No pun intended, but Chrono Trigger is a game that spans the test of time. You have all these different time periods. I love how all the different eras interconnect with one another. You have references from the Middle Ages that connects to present day. And then the future. Man, I love that future and that dark music. The music has all these different type of moods, from upbeat Millennium Fair to the really sad flashback song that's played in one of the inns. It gives you a choice as a player where you can play this nice relaxing overworld music or that sad song. Another song that's really underrated is Magus's Sister's theme. It starts with an S. I'm an amateur. I can't pronounce it correctly. We're very thankful that Chrono Trigger does have on-screen battles. And I like how the on-screen battles are kind of connected to the environment. Like, you the player, if you kind of do something will kind of trigger the enemies to pop up. The characters have so many quirks, a lot of charm, a lot of personality that makes one stand out. And the side quests were connected to the characters and their character flaws, where they had to overcome something. And then you kind of get this biggest weapon or armor. The game has a lot of love, care. The developers put their time, put their homework, and it shows, especially when you have multiple endings. Not 2, not 3, I believe double-digit endings. And something really shocking that happened in the game to one of the characters. That totally, I was like, whoa, that really did happen? Yeah, it did. There's a good amount of humor in the game, but I think the one that stands out the most is where the guy says after the trial, where he says, they don't pay me enough for this, and then he just kind of leaves. I think I could kind of relate to that now a little bit when I have gotten a little bit older. It was a lot of years since I played Final Fantasy IV, aka Final Fantasy II for the Super Nintendo, and when that title screen popped up with the font of Final Fantasy, with the sword blended in with the letters and that music, the prelude theme. Yep, you know what I did? I dropped the controller and just listened to the tune for about a half hour to an hour. The music is a lot more than just the prelude theme. Battle of Four Fiends is one of the best battle music I ever heard. 16-bit, I just think about that. What was funny about the Battle of Four Fiends, I always thought it was like Battle of Four Friends. For some reason, I would mix up friends with fiends. I was a little bit disappointed that I could not face the four fiends all at once, because Rubicant says it's the strength of a whole is stronger than being separate. but then you fight them separately. So what was the point of that? I mean, yeah, you're fighting them one at a time, but enough of that. I remember getting stuck in a giant with no tents and no cabins, and I had low health, so I couldn't farm at all. I wonder if my brother had something to do with that, or maybe it was just me. But I do remember my brother getting rid of all my weapons and items, and I saw 99 carrots in all of my item slots. So I guess I had to reset the game again or something. Some good times. Tella is one of my favorite characters. I don't want to tell too much, but there's a really sad scene with him. And there were some sad scenes in this game, and the ending was like 20 something minutes. I could say so much about this game. I know there's better Final Fantasies like Final Fantasy VI, but Final Fantasy IV is just something I'm always gonna get drawn to. Maybe it was because all the characters just coming and going at will without saying goodbye. I mean, that's kind of a rude thing. Sorry, that's just my cheesy humor. I know I joke about using strategy guides, but no joke, Castlevania Rondo of Blood has an inbuilt strategy guide in the game, and it's totally legit. You just gotta be on the money with those money bags, and then you can buy some of those boss strategies. I have a lot of pride, and you can take my word, I did not check out the boss strategies until after I took down the bosses. I may have shed a tear when I first played Rondo of Blood, only because I played it after the other Castlevania games. And once I heard those remixes of the classic tunes, you know me, I just dropped the controller down for a good couple of minutes, so now you can see why I shed some tears, because the song is called Bloody Tears. That's a bloody awful pun. The monsters from Symphony of the Night borrow a lot from Rondo of Blood, but Rondo of Blood also does a nice callback to the older Castlevanias. You got the dragon bones, even the ones that kind of squirm. You got the skeletons that throw those bones. I always have a bone to pick with those guys. And flea men. Just flee already. And those eye monsters, you always got to keep an eye on them. There's some enemies that could just bounce you around, kind of like Ninja Gaiden in a way, especially for a first time playthrough. Since I like RPG games a lot, Rondo of Blood was a nice callback to that, where you have to explore all your surroundings. I feel like this is not the first time I've said this for the showcase, but you gotta hit every wall. Sometimes you find secrets by accident where you just drop down. You kind of have to take some chances. Just like Contra and other games, there's that fanfare when you beat a stage, and of course, just because you kill a boss doesn't mean the boss is just dead yet. I admit I fell for that a couple times. Maybe several times, or maybe a bit more than several times, where the boss got the best of me even though the boss died. See, I'm not a boss when it comes to fighting the bosses. When you die, you really, really feel it. It's just like a really painful death with that animation. Hey, that's why it's called Rondo of Blood, because there's some blood. Tecmo could have easily mailed it in with Ninja Gaiden, with the sequel, but Ninja Gaiden 2, when I first played that, those two stages back to back, stages 3-1 and 3-2, are a perfect example of really just incredible stage design, especially how those two levels are completely different. Stage 3-1 has this quote-unquote gimmick of lights going on and off, similar to Fear Factory in Donkey Kong Country. I always like it when a stage has a quote-unquote gimmick to work with. And of course that music is like very foreboding, but very like catchy, or even kind of like you could dance to. Stage 3-2, the next one, you get out of that dark cave and you go into this tower that scales upward. To have that in an 8-bit game, I would say is pretty darn impressive, and that 3-2 music has such a innocent, uplifting side to it. You know me, I just dropped the controller down and just let it play. I like how you have these ninja clones, so it's not just a one-person show. You know how it is with these games like Contra. It just takes one person to take down the aliens, and it just takes one ninja to save the universe. It's kind of nice feeling to have these clones with you. They were really cool to use in the boss battles. There is no spin slash this go around, so sorry guys. Just gotta put a positive spin on things and make do with the fire attack. And you just gotta be on fire using it. The first time playing Ninja Gaiden 2 can be a very frustrating experience. You have all these weather conditions, you got wind and snow and ice. You could definitely slip up time to time. Definitely had to slip in that pun. What did I give Ninja Gaiden 2 an edge over Ninja Gaiden 1 as my favorite was that the last act, number 7, had music tracks played randomly. I believe it was 4 music tracks, and 2 of them, one is from 3-2 and the other one is the train stage, which was also pretty darn good as well. Sometimes I would just like to die on purpose and just get that stage 3-2 song, or sometimes I would just keep my fingers crossed. Please, stage 3-2, please play that music. Super Smash TV is a smashing fun of a game, be it 1 player or 2 player. It's actually kind of funny when it's 2 players where you compete for highest points, and then at the end of each level, it takes like forever when they're counting down all the VCRs and vacations that you got and all the cash bonuses, and your time runs out on your score, but then the second player, the tally just keeps going up and up and up. It's also amusing because the game got inspired from Running Man, and the contestants in this game are probably not going to see these prizes. No way! I always love those voice samples. Big money, big prizes. I love it. And it's really unique that the game host is actually the final contestant. I originally thought the twin cobra snakes would be the final boss, and boy, that was not a electrifying time, as the snakes would just electrify you and your teammate. Scarface, when I would play in 2-player mode, he would always seem to come after me, and the second player would just get the free pass. In short, there's 2 ways of playing Super Smash TV. Do you want to play it the safe way, where you go in your corner and you fire diagonal, horizontal, vertical, and you survive the stage, which the names are very clever, kind of like Donkey Kong? Or do you go risk your life to get that latest 8K, 4K, Blu-ray, TV, video player? Wait, what am I talking about? It's a VCR set. I really like that aspect of going for highest points. See, there's a point to points. You know when a game is a favorite of yours when the manual is probably the best thing about the game. That's saying a lot, because there's a lot to say about Donkey Kong Country 2. What I like about the manual is it's very self-deprecating. It makes fun of itself, saying it's a unnecessary sequel. This go around, Cranky Kong is a lot more witty. He doesn't repeat things, just like from the first game. He elaborates a lot more. Cranky Kong creates this RPG aspect in a way where he hides these DK coins, and they're very cryptic. You kind of have to explore every square inch of the game. I have to admit, I did resort to a strategy guide for 1 or 2 of them. Or maybe I did. Or maybe I didn't. Who knows? Another thing like an RPG game, my save file, my very first one, got erased because I didn't press reset or power or something. I wonder how many people got at least double digit in the hour count. I know everybody likes Donkey Kong 1 for aquatic ambience, the end credit song, and of course, King K. Rool theme. But not many people know as much as Donkey Kong Country 2 as the first game. You have to give a big shout out to Crook's March, Castle Crush, and it's just bound to happen that I have to show my appreciation to it in a snowbound land. A great combination of sad and uplifting at the same time. It creates this melancholy feeling of the winter. There's so much to say about the soundtrack. I'm just gonna make a wise decision and just leave David Wise be. And it's the same old Donkey Kong. Just go bananas and have a great time. One last thing, there's something endearing about having these animal buddies with you. My favorite is squawks. It's just nice to have these animals helping you on your way in your journey, because everyone's hoarding the banana horde. Actually, where's Donkey Kong? The star is a no-show. The edge over DKC1 for me is Cranky Konga theme, the one that plays when you visit Cranky Kong. You know me, once I first heard that tune, I would drop the controller and just let the music play for about a good 10 minutes. For such a sweet, timeless song, I don't know why Cranky Kong is so cranky. You knew I had to crank out that pun. I was never a big fan of golf on TV, also not a big fan of video games that had golf, so it's kinda surprising that Hot Shots Golf had a shot on being high on my tier list. It just played like a RPG game. Every single thing that you do, like you get a birdie or you get a chip shot, you get points, and all those points accumulate. So there's a purpose of playing it, or it gives you, the player, a sense of accomplishment. The game over music, or the continue music, whatever you want to call it, I would just leave that music on for a good while. Very similar to the Gradius 3 game over music. I was kind of surprised that you had this music in a golf game. The menu music is also really good, and I think the same composer did the music to Mario Golf for the GameCube, which I also love as well, but I'm gonna give the edge to Hot Shots Golf just because it's something different besides Nintendo. I love the anime style characters. I liked how I would square off facing them if you want to unlock all the characters. Hence, again, the whole RPG vibe, and especially two-player mode. Imagine you're facing off somebody, a friend or a family member, and you're about to birdie for win, and then you miss just by an inch, and then you hear that, you're like, oh. And then the person you're playing, they just sink that birdie shot like it's nothing. I always thought it was kind of funny just missing those close shots for par or birdie, and those voice samples like nice shot, nice on, people clapping, and especially on the flip side when you would get a bogey or just a really messed up shot. Again, especially two-player mode, because you know how it is when you face off a human being. I think this game is my favorite because as much as I joke about strategy guides, I actually created my own strategy guide or maps for Zelda 1, aka The Legend of Zelda. And the cryptic nature was definitely legendary with this game, especially the second quest, where things just get a little bit weird. You're telling me that you can go through walls, and you're also telling me just to find this one dungeon entrance, I have to burn every bush with the blue candle. Any game can't hold a candle to that. And what's ironic, you use the blue candle, which you can only use one fire per screen, and what do you get in the dungeon? You get the red candle, where you can burn everything in the same screen. It's like, what's the point of getting the red candle then? It's like the game is kind of like making fun of you. Those old men quotes, very cryptic half the time. 10th enemy has the bomb. We had no idea what the heck that was about. Now we kind of know what that means. Bomb droppings. And bomb droppings are a big thing in Zelda 1. I remember being so frustrated just being stuck in a dungeon and being like, oh, I ran out of bombs. Let's leave the dungeon and come back. It seems like I'm nitpicking or griping this game, but that just shows you how much I love this game. There's so much to talk about it, but I'm just mentioning the funny, frustrating parts because that's what I remember most about this game. Spending hours and hours and hours and hours just figuring out all the dungeon locations in both quests and just saying to myself, don't use a strategy guide. Don't use a strategy guide. You, the player, are a strategy guide. I feel kind of bad not saying any more puns about this game, but I guess that's a wrap. No pun to the mummies in Zelda 1, forced pun.
Hi all, before I begin I just want to give a massive thanks to ViddyOGamesForFun for inviting me on to share my thoughts on my top 25 games. And before I get into the list proper, I just want to point a couple of things out. One, this isn't a list of the best games ever. Instead, this is more a list of important games or gateway games. Games that I would consider a good place to start for a particular genre or series, or the best example of games like it, standing head and shoulders above everything else in that particular series or genre. And two, this is my personal opinion, okay? I've put this list together from games that I have a long and storied history with that mean a lot to me. If you think every game in this list is terrible, or you like another game in a particular genre or series more, that's absolutely fine as well. And finally, I'll be finishing some games with a further reading recommendation for other games or series you might want to try if you enjoy that game. And even though I won't mention it, it should go without saying to check the rest of the games in that same series out for yourself as well. With all that in mind, and another thanks to Viddy for having me on his channel, let's get into the list. So tier 5 is going to be games that I can just effortlessly pick up and play. Even if I haven't touched them for years, these are games that I can just put in the console, pick up the controller and carry on like it had only been a day since I last touched them. So first up we have Ridge Racer 7. To me, the perfect arcade racing experience. Smooth controls, especially when it comes to drifting. For a more dedicated look, I'm going to suggest checking out my Ridge Racer retrospective just to see how the franchise evolved. But long story short, this is a perfectly controlling, super fast feeling racing game with enough content to keep you coming back time and time again. For further reading, I'm going to recommend Outrun, Burnout and its spiritual successor Dangerous Driving, or if you want a bit more combat in your racer, then maybe try Wipeout or Roll Cage and its spiritual successor Grip. Next, we've got Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2. Now, it should be testament to how well this game has stood the test of time that it's just so easy to jump back into after months or years away from it. Not only for its fluid controls, but for also just how memorable and fun each level is to revisit, whether you're grinding the helicopter in hangar to open the secret area or destroying K-Pats in the bull ring. Performing tricks and linking flips and grinds and manuals to get bigger and bigger combos still feels great, even today. Next up, Tekken 7. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that Tekken 7 is the best game in terms of content and extra game modes. This is probably the most bare bones entry in the series after the first two, but thanks to its treasure battle mode, no, I don't play games online, and the myriad of unlockable customization options you can obtain from it, this is the perfect Tekken to just dive into your comfort zone and chill out with. Next one's also a fighting game, Street Fighter X Plus Alpha. Now, this game represents quite a few firsts for the series, being the first Street Fighter to use polygonal models for each character and also the one that introduced a trial/challenge mode to the series. Sure, it feels a bit slower paced compared to the rest of the franchise and would be improved upon by EX2 Plus and EX3, but for some reason this is always the one I end up gravitating towards. Probably because completing the trials to unlock all the secret characters still feels really good to do even today. Okay, last fighting game in the list, I promise. Soul Calibur 6. 2 words. Character creator. I have probably spent more time in the character creator in this game than I have actually fighting across the whole franchise put together, being able to recreate some of my favourite fictional characters complete with complementary weapon and fighting style. That's not to say it's the only good thing about the game. The controls are the tightest they've ever been in the series, and there's enough single player content here to keep you busy for days on end. And the last one for tier 5, Minecraft. Now, I've been playing Minecraft on and off since 2014, and my experience with it is one of calm, organisational satisfaction, working up from nothing to having a fully sustained farm and small zoo, and revisits tend to consist of simply collecting resources, a bit of mine expansion, and a cheeky visit to the nether if I'm feeling brave. Again, like Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2, I could go months or years without even thinking about it, but when the mood takes me I can just slip back into it like a comfy pair of socks. Right, onto tier 4, which is games with a good or well told story in my eyes. Again, might not be the best games ever, but in terms of creating a world or telling a story, these are the ones that I find the most accessible and engaging, and probably the best examples of that kind of game that I can think of. And for the first game in this tier, I've chosen to go with Batman Arkham Asylum. Now, I was torn on whether to include this or the just as brilliant Arkham City, but to me, Asylum takes it because in terms of story and character development, it has a much tighter focus, choosing to feature a core group of villains to contend with, whereas City's more open world sandbox can feel a bit more padded, and while there were more villains to fill out the rogues gallery, not enough time was really given to any of them to flesh them out in any meaningful way. Now, for further reading, I'm going to highly recommend Infamous 1 and 2 on the PS3. I actually prefer both the gameplay and the story of these personally, but with them being console exclusives, it does make them a bit more difficult to recommend as a gateway to the sandbox genre. Next game, and to be honest I think you'd be hard pushed to find anyone to disagree with this one, BioShock. A masterclass in character and world building. There's just something about the story and world of Andrew Ryan's Utopia Rapture that keeps me coming back time and again. This is the video game equivalent of sitting down with a good book in terms of immersing yourself in another world. Next one might be a bit of a controversial one. Until Dawn. Now, if BioShock is like losing yourself in a good dystopian sci-fi horror novel, then Until Dawn is like losing yourself in a Friday the 13th movie. Far from the best game ever, I'll admit right away, but its ability to capture all the tension, dread and unintentional hilarity of a late 90s, early 2000s slasher movie is unmatched. Further reading, I'm obviously going to recommend you look at David Cage / Quantic Dreams library, especially Fahrenheit and Heavy Rain, because while Until Dawn is still a better cinematic game than anything David Cage has ever made, there are some good stories being told there, and it's good to see the history of this style of game. Next up, like BioShock, a bit of an obvious choice for story and world building, Half-Life. Now, while Half-Life is an action game first and foremost, it was also one of the first, and some might argue still one of the best, examples of environmental storytelling, because as fantastical as things get, there's always a sense of grounding and logic. If you want a bit more detail on this, I have done a review which I highly recommend you check out, and as much as I've tried to keep to one game per franchise in this list, we may yet be coming back to this one. Now, this next one is probably the most obscure game on this list. Kuon. If you've ever wondered what if Resident Evil and Silent Hill had a baby and sent it back in time to Heian era Japan, then here's your answer. Kuon. A wonderfully original survival horror with a fantastic, densely packed story over multiple campaigns made by From Software of Dark Souls and Bloodborne fame. Now, I will say that if you're looking to own this physical, it is absolutely not worth the eBay second-hand asking price, because, well, no game should ever demand such stupid prices. But, like getting a tall flightless bird pregnant, it is definitely enough to warrant making an emulate. And to round out tier 4, we have Far Cry 3. Now, as much as I'll admit that Far Cry 3's gameplay became the dead horse that all subsequent sequels started beating, there is a good reason for that. One, Vaas as a villain is just inspired, and Michael Mando's portrayal of him is on par with Mark Hamill's Joker. and 2, the main character Jason Brody's character arc is extremely well written, going from arrogant jock to Rambo and making it completely believable along the way. Blood Dragon was still better though. Tier 3 is games that affect me emotionally. Now, while this could mean games that made me genuinely scared or excited or tense or made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up or made me feel genuinely sick with anger or fear or disgust, it's basically just shorthand for games that made me cry or want to cry. First in the tier, Sonic 3 and Knuckles. Now, I said this in my review, but when the music kicks in for the true final boss fight, I get genuine chills every time. Not just because it's a great track, but because everything about the game leading up to it had been polished to a mirror shine. From the controls to the between level cutscenes and Knuckles encounters, everything escalates perfectly so that after you collect every Chaos Emerald and hit that last encounter, it feels like the floodgates just open and the excitement you've been building up to that point suddenly boils over and comes spilling out. The best Sonic game ever, and with good reason. Next up, Spec Ops The Line. All I'll say here is, if you know, you know. This isn't a game that will make you cry or laugh, but my god, if you want to end up feeling genuinely horrible and ashamed and disgusted with yourself, then this is the game for you. Essentially a horror game wrapped in the facade of a gung-ho military shooter, but rather than being supernatural in nature, the horror here is from the darkness lurking within our own humanity or lack of. And from existential horror, we move on to actual horror with Silent Hill. Now, while Silent Hill 2 is generally seen as the more emotionally heart-wrenching story in the franchise, I personally love the atmosphere more in the first game. Even revisiting the school 20 years later, I still felt on edge roaming the dark hallways and classrooms, unsure if that sound I heard was a monster or just Akira Yamaoka's ambient soundtrack messing with me. Also, there's one particularly depressing and heartbreaking scene later in the game involving one of the side characters that still makes me well up even today. And speaking of tearing up, Shadow of the Colossus. Now, I'll keep this one simple. Shadow of the Colossus is a very serene game, and when fighting the titular colossi, it can feel more like a puzzle game than an action adventure, but the climax in the final part just breaks me every single time. From the final struggle to the ending cutscene, I will probably always be a rollercoaster of emotion on repeated plays of this. Next one, Final Fantasy VII. This one is heartbreaking on so many levels, and not just because of that one moment that shook the gaming community to its core back in 1997, but also because even further in, the game tackles some very weighty psychological topics such as loss of self, depression, grief, and more importantly, overcoming loss and healing. While 6 may be my favourite Final Fantasy, I have to say that if you only ever play one game in the franchise in your lifetime, make it 7. And finishing tier 3, Bastion. Again, like Shadow of the Colossus, an action-adventure game that's fun and intriguing throughout with an ending that will have you quietly sobbing into your controller, not least because of the sublime ending song that punctuates an absolutely astounding soundtrack. Now, the second to last group, tier 2, is games that I will always keep coming back to. Now, these are games that I've completed time and time again, and will be more than happy to keep completing time and time again, because repeated visits isn't just going through the motions, it feels like coming home with all of these. And to kick off this group, Portal. In a nutshell, Portal is one of the tightest gameplay experiences out there even today. Mind-warping yet completely intuitive portal-based puzzling, a brilliant final boss that is exactly what a final boss should be, i.e. a test of everything you've learned up to that point, and some of the best written darkly comic humour you could ever hope to hear. Now, some might argue the game's short length as a negative, but to me that just means there's no fluff, an all killer no filler romp that you could finish in one sitting, revisit every so often and walk away satisfied every time. Next up, Resident Evil 4. Now, I've heard people argue that Resident Evil 4 is responsible for the decline of the franchise owing to its shift in focus from horror to action, but to me it was exactly what the franchise needed. The first 2 games were great, but with 3 and Code Veronica being more action oriented with Jill's assault rifles and Claire dual wielding SMGs, the series had started to stray way earlier, and while 2002's Resident Evil remake managed to recapture and reinforce the franchise's horror first, RE0 misstepped so hard it almost walked the entire series off a cliff edge. Then came RE4, the first game to really press down hard on the gas pedal with its action, but at the same time maintaining the sense of dread every time you heard a chainsaw revving up or a regenerator stilted breathing in a dark hallway, and balancing it all so well that the silly B-movie story didn't take away from the horror's tension and said horror didn't detract from the camp's silliness, both elements juxtaposing nicely to enhance the effect of each other. If nothing else, the fact that I've bought this on GameCube, PS2, PS3 and PS4 and completed it on each console should be proof that this is a game I'll never get bored of going back to. Next game is the original Doom, and when I say that I do not mean Ultimate Doom. Why not Ultimate Doom? 3 words: thy flesh consumed. The extra chapter added in the Ultimate Doom expansion opens with 2 of the most unfair levels in any game ever, Hell Beneath and Perfect Hatred. But the original 3 episodes? Brilliant. Like Portal, short enough that it doesn't feel like a slog. The action ramps up and stays on a level where you can never really take it easy, but you also feel like an unstoppable demon killing machine, mowing down hell hordes and finishing with the spider mastermind, while a bit too easy to cheese, does serve as a nice punctuation to the experience. Like Resident Evil 4, this is one of those games that I've bought and rebought on multiple platforms and have completed it on every single one too. I was tempted to put Doom 2016 in this place for being such a faithful update to the heavy metal power fantasy of the original, but really this is a series best started from the very beginning. Castlevania Symphony of the Night. Possibly the best Metroidvania game? Now, I have a great fondness for Super Metroid and its influence on Symphony of the Night is stupidly obvious, but ultimately the Metroidvania crown has to go to Castlevania. Sure, you can grind and overlevel or grab a specific couple of weapons to completely break the game, but this just adds to the richness of the experience alongside the wonderfully composed soundtrack and gothic designs of the areas and enemies. Also, for anyone seeking a similar experience, look no further than Koji Igarashi's spiritual successor Bloodstained Ritual of the Night. Pretty much same game, different name, which in this case is certainly not a bad thing. The Binding of Isaac. For me, The Binding of Isaac is the first and last word in roguelikes, a darkly disturbing tale that can at first seem a little childish, what with the amount of cartoon poo on display, but look deeper and you'll see, well, a NES Legend of Zelda clone first, but beyond that, a depressing world centred around themes of abandonment, disassociation and an uncompromising parody of a ton of religious iconography. And more poo. Binding of Isaac is a game I've yet to and probably never will 100% complete, but the joy comes from the randomness of each run, seeing how far you can get with the randomly generated help and hindrances the game offers. I still love and can easily recommend games like Enter the Gungeon and Rogue Legacy, and I've heard good things about Hades and Returnal, but I don't think anything will even come close to scratching that itch like Binding of Isaac. And for the final game in Tier 2, and the second to last game in the list overall, Dark Souls. If you only play one Souls-like / Soulsborne game, make it the first, or the second if you count Demon Souls as the first. Dark Souls is the only game in the franchise that has an almost truly open-ended Metroidvania world that you can go to and from almost anywhere entirely on foot. The combat is sufficiently weighted and the timing for parrying, while not being as lenient as Demon Souls, is intuitive enough to add another layer of options to fighting. Plus, in terms of world building, this game still does it best and has probably the least convoluted story out of the Soulsborne collection, as well as the most engaging world both mechanically, aesthetically and even emotionally. And for Tier 1, my top game, Undertale. Now, I know this may seem like an obvious answer and perhaps even a bit of a cop-out, but Undertale has to take the top spot for me personally. One, it's a culmination of all the other tiers, being a game I've been back to multiple times with an amazing and amazingly written story that's so meta you could spend days picking apart the deeper subtext, with a good ending so fulfilling I will shamelessly and openly weep at it every single time. Every single part of Undertale just works perfectly for my tastes. The art style, one of my all-time favourite soundtracks, the characters, writing, its perfectly executed moral choice system, a combat system that's part turn-based and part bullet hell so you never feel like you're just idly clicking to win, and how the whole package just comes together not only as an homage to old school 16-bit era JRPGs, but also as a subversion that takes all the tropes we're familiar with and turns them on their head, not only as a knowing wink, but also to question the very nature of what it means to do the right thing, even after the credits are finished rolling. Now, I won't go into specifics because I feel that anyone interested in even trying should go in blind for the best experience. I'll just close by saying that I have never played a game that has stuck with me like Undertale, and while there are a fair few people out there that would call this overrated, as is their right to, for me it will always be the shining example I'll always offer in the argument for games not only as art, but also as a serious and, despite the colourful art style and quirky characters, mature storytelling medium that has fart jokes in it.
All right, so video games top tier list. Here we go. I'm just going to go ahead and start at the top. So, S rank, straight up EverQuest. It is a game that launched back in 1999, and it has probably had the most impact on the MMO industry of any game that has been made. World of Warcraft took heavy inspiration from it. Final Fantasy XIV took heavy inspiration for it. Pretty much everything after EverQuest took heavy inspiration for it. It was the first thing that truly brought us into an actual like 3D world. Meridian 59 predated it as far as 3D MMOs. But even that didn't really do it to the same degree, right? It introduced corpse run mechanics, the kind of party system that we're used to now. Pretty much everything that you can think of from a modern MMO came from EverQuest one way or another. So for that, it is still straight up S tier. That is one game that still has the ability to destroy my life in free time if I let it. Moving on to A tier. A tier, I had a pretty wide range of game types. First one would be Zelda Link to the Past. It was in my opinion, still the best of the top-down Zelda games. It was very much a formative part of my childhood. Played that game an absolute ton. Great quest, great gameplay. Pretty much everything that made a Zelda game what it was. To this day, it still holds up. It's used for speedrunning. It's used for general entertainment. There's randomizers out there. There's crossovers with Super Metroid, which is also on the tier list later. Just overall, an absolutely fantastic game for Nintendo. Next, on the MMO front, we have Final Fantasy XIV, which the one that I included is Shadowbringers. It's the latest expansion for it. But really, this kind of goes overall for Final Fantasy XIV. It is in my opinion, the best of the modern MMOs. They have managed to balance all of the classes, which is something nobody else really ever managed. They consistently tell a good story. It plays more like a Final Fantasy game than it does an MMO. Combat mechanics are solid. There's challenging raids. There's stuff for casual players. There's things that can be ground out to occupy time without being overly grindy. Like even when you're doing grind progression stuff, you still have a consistent sense of making progression. Right. They've pretty much perfected the MMO formula, at least as it exists in its current time, barring some weird technological innovation. Kind of in the same vein, same series, Final Fantasy VI. It is, in my opinion, the best of the Final Fantasy series. They told a absolutely fantastic story in it. It introduced what has become one of the core systems to Final Fantasy Magic. Which is the ability to kind of define who is able to do what. That's been carried through in almost every game afterwards. Prior to that, Magic was either purchased and specifically based on what class your character was, or it was something that was inherent to the class that they were. Final Fantasy VI kind of let you make your characters whatever you wanted them to be. Didn't have a job system, but it also had the best villain in the entire series. Kefka is probably the only Final Fantasy villain that actually managed to achieve his goal. He destroyed the world and became the god of magic. You end up killing him, but, can't be perfect. Also in the same vein, Final Fantasy Tactics. It has defined the strategic turn-based tactics game genre pretty much since its inception. There have been other ones. There was the Tactics Ogre series and a few others, but to this day, it is still probably the best implementation of one of those game systems. There, you can grind, you can try to become overpowered. You don't necessarily have to if you're good at the tactical side of the game. Had an excellent job system, let people go through and actually experiment with different combinations and use some pretty unorthodox tactics to beat the fights, and that's something that not a lot of the other games have succeeded very well at. Moving on, we have Elder Scrolls Oblivion, which is probably the best of the Elder Scrolls series, in my opinion. It is certainly one of the buggiest, I think exceeded really only by Morrowind. And I will say that, like most Elder Scrolls games, to really get the most out of the game, you have to use player-created mods. But I still think it told the best story. It told the one that was probably the most varied in terms of your goals, the characters that you interacted with, stuff like that. I love Skyrim, don't get me wrong. I love Morrowind, don't get me wrong. But Elder Scrolls really pulled in more of the world, and it dealt with the Daedric realms and allowed players to go someplace that we had never gone before. And I have to give it a huge amount of credit for that. Fighting dragons is cool. Fighting demon princes is awesome. So, last in the A tier, we have Xenogears. It was an RPG that was released by Square when they were still Square, before they had turned into Square Enix or Squaresoft. It was weird. It implemented a combat system nobody had really done before. It explored some very deeply religious themes. It actually had a lot of controversy when it came out, actually, because of some of the themes that it explored. But it is still, in my opinion, some of the best storytelling that Square has ever done. It's a game that I really wish they would do if not an actual full-blown remake, I wish they would do a remaster and bring it out again. And I'm hoping they will. Right now, they don't actually have the license to it. It was originally supposed to be a trilogy, and then that ended up getting canned because they just didn't continue with it. B tier. Saints Row the Third. I'm not a huge fan of the open world Grand Theft Auto style game in general. For the most part, I feel like those are just running around to check off boxes on a map until all the activities are complete. And Saints Row really isn't an exception to that. The main reason I like Saints Row the Third is because it's aware that it's a ridiculous game and it has a lot of fun with it. You do just completely absurd things in the game, more or less constantly. There's I don't know how much you want me to go into on this, but like there's an entire scene where you go into a BDSM club and then you have a pony cart chase through the streets to try to recruit someone into your growing gang, I guess is the best word. It's just a great game. It's a lot of fun. It's not particularly challenging, but it borders on absurd the majority of the time that you're playing, and I love it for that. Fire Emblem Awakening. Fire Emblem is a very long-running series. Some games have been great. Some games have been mediocre. Not many games have been bad. Awakening, however, is the best of them to me. It is one of the games that I think has most cleanly managed to implement the turn-based strategy. Well, team turn-based strategy combat. It's distinctly different from Final Fantasy Tactics. Final Fantasy Tactics, units move according to effectively an initiative system. Fire Emblem, it's one team goes, then the other team goes. The main thing that really makes it stand out is the relationship and marriage system. It actually allows you to create children units that can inherit abilities and traits from their parents. They gave a lot of replayability, as well as, honestly, some Easter eggs. On top of that, it also told a really good story. It was good for that. If you're noticing, there's kind of a common theme here. Most of the games that I picked tell excellent stories, or they're the things that defined a genre. For instance, Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic. It is some of BioWare's best work. It's one of the few Star Wars video games that is start to finish excellent. Even though I really hate one of the characters in it, the story as a whole is great. There's really nothing to fault in it. They made great world building with it. They actually set out a lot of the stuff that I feel like the other media franchises for Star Wars could have pulled in and used very effectively. And I'm still hoping, especially with all the TV series that are coming out, that at some point they actually pull in the KOTOR storyline, both Knights of the Old Republic 1 and 2. StarCraft should be fairly self-explanatory. StarCraft is one of the things that really defined real-time strat, along with, of course, the Warcraft series. But StarCraft I particularly loved, even though it was a blatant Warhammer 40k ripoff. They made a lot of fun characters. They were a lot of fun to get to know. They were a lot of fun to see how they interacted with everything that happens during the events of the game. It also had one of the best player-made multiplayer scenes, I think, of any game that's ever come out. So many creative maps were made for StarCraft 2 multiplayer. And a lot of them actually ended up carrying on into other games or into other game modes. Diablo 2 is still, as far as like ARPGs go, still the gold standard. I'm incredibly excited for the re-release that's coming out, the remaster or the remake of it. If you want a good ARPG, there really wasn't anything better for a really, really long time. And that's something not a lot of other games can say. Most other games became eclipsed by their clones or their carbon copies relatively quickly. Diablo 2 didn't do that. Diablo 2 was held up as like the gold standard of ARPGs pretty much up until Diablo 3 came out. And even then, I think the only thing that ever really even eclipsed that was maybe Path of Exile. Just all around fantastic. It's those are really the two Blizzard franchises that will give them a huge amount of credit for, is StarCraft and Diablo. Last one in the B tier is Beat Saber. And I realize it's kind of a weird one to have on here because what makes Beat Saber good is not the base game. What makes Beat Saber good is the modding community. Beat Saber itself is fun. You're a laser ninja. You swing laser swords. You hit blocks. It's a rhythm game. The modding community, on the other hand, has added an immense amount of functionality to the game. Not just from custom songs, but from avatars, different blade types, different platform types, different entire game modes. And that's something that took it from being a kind of a fun game to something that you could spend hours doing. It also happens to be a fantastic way to get exercise while still playing a video game, which I will give them a huge amount of credit for. Moving on to C tier, Super Metroid. I would have rated this one higher, to be honest. But as much as I like Super Metroid, it was not that deep of a game. It is one of the things that define the Metroidvania genre for sure, more so than the original Metroid. And I do love it. Like, I've even done a playthrough of the game on stream, but it didn't pull a higher ranking than that with me, quite frankly, about the other games. Castlevania was just as much responsible for defining the Metroidvania genre, and honestly, other games have done it much better. The reason Super Metroid is on this list is because it did do something that was a first, which was giving us multiple paths to completion in that style of game in a Metroid, what is now known as a Metroidvania platformer. And that is something that did help define the genre, and I will give it a lot of credit for that. Likewise, Homeworld. Homeworld was a Sierra real-time strategy game. The reason it's on here is because it did something that nobody else has really done well ever since, which is it gave us a full 6 degree of freedom real-time strat. It also told a really good story, and the musical score is fantastic. But the main thing it does was it introduced a new axis of movement, and while that seems like a very minor thing, it actually played some pretty critical points throughout the game. It was a very innovative thing to do, and that's why it's got its place on this list. Near Automata or Automata or however the fuck you pronounce it, most honestly is there mostly for the musical score. The game itself is really good. It's a very, very anime game, which is not a bad thing, but it's a fairly standard kind of anime plot. It's good storytelling. It's not great storytelling. The music is really what makes this game. The music is start to finish 100% beautiful, to the extent that I actually own the soundtrack. And I don't say that about a whole lot of games. Borderlands 2. Borderlands basically defined the looter shooter genre. Other games, again, had done it. Nobody else had done it well. Borderlands 2 refined that further and is still, in my opinion, the best of the looter shooters. It had great character classes. It had great voice acting. It had ridiculous characters and story. And it was fun. It didn't feel grindy. It didn't feel like it slowed down. It didn't feel like you were doing busy work really at any point of the game, which is something that I can't say about the first or third Borderlands. Zelda Ocarina of Time. I realize it's a little odd having two Zelda games on here, but they are very different games. Zelda Ocarina of Time was the first 3D one. It's the one that a lot of us fell in love with back on the Nintendo 64. It is the best of the 3D Zeldas to me, even above Breath of the Wild, even above any of the other ones, even Twilight Princess that have come out since. I still think it did it the best. The puzzle design was fantastic. Dungeon design was fantastic. It gave us our first real look at what the world of Hyrule looked like, and it will always have a special place in my heart for that reason. We do have another Final Fantasy game on here, which is Final Fantasy IV. Final Fantasy IV is on here honestly because it's just that good. I already have several other Final Fantasy based games on here, but Final Fantasy IV gave us probably some of the most beloved characters in the entirety of the Final Fantasy series. It was a relatively standard story, to be honest, but it was well told. It was well done. It was the first of the Final Fantasies to bring us into the Super Nintendo era, at least in the West. And it is still to this day one of my favorite games. That gets us down to D tier. D tier starts off with Katamari Damacy. I put reroll on here because it's the updated remastered one. Katamari is a game that came out of a bunch of designers being locked in a closet and force-fed acid, as far as I'm concerned. It is pure Japanese insanity, and I love every minute of that game. You are rolling around the earth. You are picking up little pieces of everything to try to make stars that the Emperor of all creation accidentally knocked out of the sky when he got drunk and went on a bender. It's great. You roll a ball around, you roll up everything up to and including clouds later on. You just can't beat it. Assassin's Creed Black Flag, also on the D tier. I normally would rank this higher, but again, I'm really just not that much into that open world style of game, and that's why this is the only Assassin's Creed game that is on here. I loved Black Flag. Black Flag had some of the best busy work mechanic in the open world genre. It lets you go pirate hunting, it let you go treasure hunting, it let you go do all sorts of tales. Like, there were so many things that you could do that were not the main storyline that were still both interesting and entertaining to do. They didn't feel like just checking a box off on a map. I give it a huge amount of credit for that, because I normally do not play that kind of game very long. Like I said, Saints Row is the only other one like that on this list, and it's because of that exact reason. Day of the Tentacle. Day of the Tentacle is LucasArts from back when George Lucas's company made good games. It is a point-and-click adventure game. You are following a group of teenagers that are attempting to solve a mystery of how a tentacle became super intelligent and was taking over the world. If that doesn't interest you in the game, I don't know what will. It's the usual LucasArts, if you're familiar at all with their older games, the usual kind of sense of humor that they normally have. It's a fun ride. It's another one I actually plan to do on stream at some point. Warhammer 40k Space Marine is probably the best of the Warhammer 40k IP games that have been made. It puts you in the role of Captain Titus. You are going to deal with a orc invasion of a Forge world. It is the embodiment of Warhammer 40k. It is roughly 8 hours of stomping and shooting and murdering literally everything in your path, and it is a great feeling. I really wish they had been able to make the other two games. Unfortunately, the series got canceled. Otherwise, I would own all three and play them endlessly. They're just a great amount of fun. Ori and the Blind Forest is also on this list, because I feel like it's one of the most refined platformers that's ever been created. The art style is beautiful, the music is beautiful, the platforming is extremely tight. Like, nothing feels loose or weird or floaty about the controls. It's very challenging, and I give it credit for managing to do that without being like Dark Souls kind of difficulty crap. It's just a great game. The last game on my list is a very, very old game called Syndicate. I realize it's been remade. The remake is garbage. Don't play it. This version is from way back in the MS-DOS days. It was a combined global domination mission-based real-time strategy game. I don't even know how to explain this game, really. But it had a huge impact on my childhood. It's part of what got me into the cyberpunk genre, and it's part of why I fell in love with video gaming, to be quite honest. You created a little squad of agents, and you went on missions and had guns and got to go do fun things and mind control people. Like, you couldn't really go wrong with it. So anyway, that is... I think that's all the games on the tier. Let me know if there's anything else you need from me.